Great truck, it's not either.
Microphone is on.
Morning, council and administration. I'd like to welcome you to the March 11th council meeting. We have the recording going.
Yeah.
How many, is there many on?
We will now live stream through YouTube, so we only have internal people through the active meeting, and I cannot see it on the stream.
Do people know they gotta go on YouTube? See?
Yes, yes, it is announced on the website.
Okay, adoption of the minutes for the agenda for, yes, sir. Adoption of the agenda for March 11th for today. Roy, have you got any additions?
I've got one item that is already on the agenda, so nothing else from me.
Nothing for me today, sir.
Yeah, I got two things. Number one, gravel haul policy.
Okay, 7-12. Third. Any other?
Yeah, and then I got, the stockpile ambulance pit. They got some questions, they got some ratepayers called, I got some questions on.
7-13.
Yeah.
That looks fixed.
That was the one county home band.
Yeah. Administration.
Two items, Mr. Chair. The first one is in correspondence. An invitation from the OCMP to meet with them at the RMA convention.
So what will be
11 dot something. And
12.
And an item that we intended to include on the agenda, but we overlooked when we published the agenda. Item 12.4, compliance matters.
12.5.
Seems to be a numbering issue.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, we're missing the 2 there. Yeah, okay.
Let's make it close up to.
There's not any more. Can I have the minutes, please, or of the break up the agenda?
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the March 11th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, next one is the minutes. We went through them, had a chat. Everybody see anything, any corrections? Not, can I have a mover, please?
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council adopt the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor? Yeah. Carried. Okay, no public hearings, no delegation. We'll move right up to the bylaws, the regional fire service bylaw, 80.24.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday I handed out the reports of each of you. It was not ready at the time of printing, however, it is referenced in the agenda. At the public meeting a week ago, residents spoke heavily in favor of recovering the cost of fire protection from all ratepayers, either through an addition of a tax levy, no rate, or on a flat fee per parcel. Council indicated that they would like to consider this and other feedback from the public meeting and workshop. And, council has previously expected a desire to ultimately introduce amendments into the fire bylaw prior to May 1st. More immediately, however, residents spoke adamantly that council should reestablish a $10,000 maximum of costs incurred by the fire department at its earliest opportunity to protect residents from major fire-related costs. That is what the bylaw is being amended. And the other feedback from residents was that those that cause fires through negligence or unlawful act should pay the full unmitigated cost of firefighting. So the REIT asked that this item be added to the agenda in accordance with item 124 of the procedure bylaw to immediately reestablish the $10,000 maximum. That can only, however, be done by bylaw, 3 readings, not by simple resolution. So in response to his request, we put our heads together and determined that the most expeditious way to do that is by having council approve bylaw 880.24, which is the one that was subject to the public hearing. As a matter of interest, it does exactly what the community was asking to be done in the immediate term, that is to reestablish a $10,000 maximum. And that the cost of fires, negligence and unlawful act be covered by residents. So Article 60 and 61 are very consistent with that. The next step would be to hold a workshop to work through the best approach to meeting the needs of the community, as was expressed by councillors at the end of that public meeting. And other matters raised at the public meeting, such as dispatch protocols, standard operating guidelines, and fees for equipment deployment could be addressed and clarified. So the recommendation, I'm not going to go through the history because that is exactly the same history that was provided in prior RFP, unless council's interest. So the recommended motions, based on the REIT's request, that Lamont County do a third reading of bylaw 880.24 regional fire services bylaw. And the second recommended motion is that the Lamont County Council direct the administration to schedule a workshop for councillors to analyze and provide direction for further amendments to the bylaw based on learnings from the public meeting. So 2 dates were floated. The first one is March 21st, which is a week from Friday. The second one is March 26th, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Initially, it looked like we were going to have a problem having all councillors attend on March 21st. At this point, the deputy reeve has been able to adjust his appointment that he has. So we would suggest that the date March 21st at 9 a.m. be put in the blank rather. So obviously this is all subject to council's preference. Happy to answer any questions.
21st works for me.
I don't have anything on 21st.
Right?
Just, okay. So we're giving 3 readings, giving the third reading to this bylaw, you will achieve the immediate term demand.
I don't think this bylaw is ready to have the third reading yet. To do a lot of stuff that has to be put in there, and how we're gonna come up with if it's gonna be a mill rate or per property or whatever. I don't think it's ready for third reading yet.
So as I indicated, there are 2 approaches. One is you can leave this open and take amendments coming out of the workshop. Or you can respond to the feedback from the community to close the hole as far as the maximum 10,000. And that's what the current bylaw does.
So I think that's what we're looking at to.
Yeah, but if we do it, there's more to this bylaw. It's not finished being written yet. There's more stuff that was brought up at the meeting we got to discuss yet. On it, it's ready. It's not ready for a third reading yet.
If we just, well, what I got gathered from the meeting was they wanted immediately the 10,000 dollars.
That portion.
So a motion for, a motion reading that, but his bylaw is not ready for third reading.
Well, council's decision.
We can just make a motion that,
No, you can't. A bylaw requires 3 readings.
well, then we wait till, we get it all done, and if something happens, we'll have to deal with it in front of council.
That's your prerogative.
It's not ready, there's stuff, in there that's not, it's just not ready to go yet.
But can we still go through it even if we pass this one?
Council can pass this bylaw.
Yes.
Council can hold his workshop on the 21st of March,
Yes.
and then council can direct staff to bring amendments of this bylaw. And once again, you would need to do 3 readings. However, given that those amendments will likely be strongly responding to the feedback from the community, you would have opportunities on April 1st and on April 15th to provide readings.
So if we pass it now, the third reading, we can always bring it back.
Yeah, after our workshop.
Yeah.
That's when we decide, that's
Yeah.
when we'll fix the.
That's why we're having the workshop.
Yeah, because we have a workshop and then do third reading on the first. After the, or the next meeting.
Administration doesn't have the time to bring it to write it up for the next.
For the 21st to the first,
No,
10 days.
What Councillor Willis is suggesting is possible. You can leave the bylaw in its current form, not 880, but the old bylaw. What's the number on that one?
The rule doesn't cover anybody who wants
The
to.
big concern that came from the residents was they didn't wanna risk an $80,000 fire. They wanted to have at least,
Not really. Well,
the last bylaw was 847, and that's the one that's still in effect.
Yeah, that's really good. They get full dinged for anything. I understand that we could get the third, then there. It comes with the motion where we don't charge any more than 10,000 for sure. But then we get to go out, and after the 21st is when we could go and do our amendments. And it comes through and then we change it then.
that's what came out of the meeting.
Yeah.
My understanding was,
And to do by legal, by bylaw,
yes,
we have to pass it third.
I just thought it's not finished, so why would you do the third reading until it's done?
there you go, son, do you want to put a motion on? Just the third reading.
Somebody needs to make the motions.
Yes, we have to do both of them.
That's what your decision is.
Okay. Propose the regional fire service bylaw 88024. Is in front of council to receive third reading today.
I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council give third reading to bylaw 880.24, the regional fire services bylaw.
All in favor?
Can we get a recorded vote, please? I still don't think it's ready, but.
For the votes?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Carried, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
No, 1 against.
Yeah, I don't feel it's ready yet.
Okay. It's passed. Workshop. Well. Yeah, the Lamont County directs administration to schedule a workshop for May the 21st at 9 AM. March, sorry.
for councillors to analyze and provide direction for further amendments to the bylaw based on learning from the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, is that you making the motion or is that you calling the motion?
Calling for a motion, somebody,
Thank you.
Where are you finding the right word, finding that right now?
On this. Right from the very front,
Yeah.
second one down. See what the black line is, we put in March 21st.
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to schedule a workshop on March 21st for councilors to analyze and provide direction for further amendments to the bylaw based on learning from the public meeting.
all in favor? Carried. 4-0. Strathcona, 7-1, Strathcona County and Lamont County, interprovincial municipal collaboration framework.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're on page 15 of the published agenda. And Ms. Irving is here to address this topic.
So this is the 12th and final intermunicipal collaboration framework coming before council for extension. As you all recall, we reviewed the others in January. Needed a bit more time than some of our other municipalities, so we're coming forward now. The extension merely changes the sunset date of the agreement for 2 years in order to accommodate some provincial legislative changes. And so until we know more, we're not quite sure what we need to address in this next ICF, and that's the purpose. And so this with this one, we would end the extension programs, and I think we received back 10 of the 12 of them so far, so we're almost complete.
Any questions?
Lamont County Council Direct Administration finalized an agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with Strathcona County to extend the term of the agreement from 2025 to 2027.
All in favor? Carried 4-0. Gary? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the use of drones for municipal purposes.
Mr. Chair, we reviewed the proposed policy for use of drones for municipal purposes with councilors back on February 25th. Based on direction received earlier in the year. On page 27, you will see that we made one change since you saw this a few weeks ago. And that was based on discussion of council. That certain permits may require municipal drone use as a part of the approval process. And in the instances where a property owner has authorized Lamont County to inspect the property, as an example, by signing a permit or similar, no additional notification will be provided. Ms. Benoit can answer any other questions that you may have.
Are there any questions or?
Yeah, when we purchased in the last budget cycle, we were purchasing another drone, and it was asked if it's going to be used fly over public or private lands, private yards, and we were told that the only thing the county will be using drones for is fire and for drainage. We got federal laws, got to follow the Canadian aviation regulations if you read through there, it has stuff on municipalities and what they can and can't put rules on, but, Canadian aviation regulations overrule no matter what, policies we put. We got, when you do a permit, we got, inspectors come there and check. We got, assessor goes every 4th year, or if he gets notification, somebody built something that are inspecting already. I'm getting lots of feedback on these, on roads being fallen over yards, so. And when we, like I say, when we purchased them, it was for fire and for drainage.
And for the ex-service board.
Drainage, fire.
Yeah, for weeds, okay.
We've already got inspectors and assessors that are going into the yards.
And this isn't a question, but can I speak to this, please?
Sure.
Okay, so as part of the permit process for development permit, and I can sit in the middle here so everybody can hear me. Actually, I'm just gonna pass it down. This is our right of entry form as it currently exists. Sorry, this wasn't quite planned. So this is our right of entry form. Yeah, we got you. And so, as the Development Authority and the Subdivision Authority under the Municipal Government Act, we actually need to make sure that land is appropriate, and in some cases, buildings are appropriate for the uses that are being proposed. Sorry. And so what we do is at the beginning of the permit process, we actually require authorization to enter the land and the buildings. So that's, I think, a little more, I think that right now we have almost more authorization going in than under the drones. The drones will also add some safety to our program, because then we don't have to go, walking around a farm or walking around somebody's residence. They don't have to be there to let us into buildings or let us into the property. It gives us a lot of flexibility, and it's something that we already do. And so this is where we would be amending this form with the assistance of our lawyers in order to make sure that we're collecting the data and the information that we need in order to process the permit under the MGA. So it's quite restrictive and falls in line with our current practices.
You have to give them.
Under this entry, we can go whenever, as it is, yeah. And so if we are flying the drones, under the policy, there is a request for notice, and because it's not enforcement, we can go ahead and give them notice. Like, it's not a big deal, but already we have the authorization to go into the lands whenever. And for the purpose of inspecting for the development permit or for the subdivision, only for those purposes.
So is this in effect now, or this is?
Oh, yeah, this has been in effect for 30 years probably. Like, this is under the MGA, and this is a standard form in the development and subdivision regulation that we would be amending with the assistance of our lawyer in order to keep up with technology.
So if I can add one thought, we've heard both from council and the community that there is a desire for us to be efficient. Well, this allows us to be more efficient.
Yeah.
And I know there was a municipal planning commission hearing yesterday. I don't know whether the drone footage was displayed, but certainly having that drone footage allowed our staff to be able to develop the MPC the supporting material for consideration.
That's a really good example where we wouldn't want to be necessarily walking around in an active gravel pit.
That's not a yard. I'm talking, over private property yards, houses and buildings, not talking gravel pits or drainage or. Under the Canadian aviation regulations, there's for flying, and there's nowhere in there that says you can take pictures or videos. So there's a lot of laws that we gotta go through before we can make a policy, and this thing, for 30 years, you can walk on and stuff, and if you're gonna, now with, drones being used by criminals and stuff, checking out yards and stuff, and if you're not gonna let people know that you're coming over the yard and there's a drone flying around, for one, it scares animals. For two, so you're gonna scare the guy's animals, he's at work and they're gonna be gone. There's a lot of loopholes here.
Mr. Chair, if I could, whatever council decides.
Yeah.
We brought this forward on council's request. Something that we reinforced in here is, this is about notification. We are following the rules that are set out by federal legislation. It's just about, it's your decision that we not notify. If it's your decision that we actively notify people or not notify, or that we get approval in advance, that's your call. We're happy to work with whatever you determine. Our recommendation is, to the extent possible, get notification or provide notification and get people's knowledge in advance, and then work as efficiently as we can.
Is it, I think, I don't know where I got this from, but, if we gave them written prior to 48 hours of an inspection that we're gonna fly over, give them 48 hours notice.
I think that's what we talked about, yeah.
On the top of page
So,
27,
yeah.
it says, where we don't have that kind of approval, whether on permit or other, like that, wherever possible, we would provide 48 hours.
So. So where are you
So
at?
then what did Dave sent a response to it also? That's good.
Sure. Please.
So Dave's comment is on page 27, third paragraph. It would appear the policy is being worded so that if we include authorizing use of a drone to ensure compliance via a development permit, we do not have to notify the landowner prior to doing the proper inspection with the drone. I would change this is Dave's.
Yeah.
I would change the policy making notification to the landowner mandatory 48 hours in advance, even if a development permit authorizing the use of the drone exists. The third paragraph could be eliminated entirely. His thoughts only.
Discussion between the issue.
Yeah.
We got it for fire and drainage already,
Yeah, it's already part of our policy, so.
so they can wait.
Dave move this one?
Okay, with
The next meeting, Mr. Chair, can I suggest that you refer to the next meeting?
we'll just
That way we'll ensure that it appears on.
Okay.
If you table it, we do not.
Okay.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
okay, sorry.
He's on here.
I'll make a motion to,
Refer. That'll be April 1st meeting?
Yeah.
Where-
we don't have one in March. there a number on that one or no, on a policy? No.
4205.
The Lamont County Council refer the use of drone policy to municipal. Sorry, the Lamont County Council refer the use of drone policy for municipal purposes 4205 to the April 1st, 2025 regular council meeting.
All in favor? Very much.
Mr. Chair, we're on page 29. This is a matter that came up at a prior council meeting. And we believe that it deserved a fulsome review and explanation for your benefit. So Mr. Boyko is here to provide insights and information on that.
Thank you, Mr. Petrowski. So yes, so this item's about a concern that was brought to council's attention by members of the public, that the cost per unit of clay on the financial statements is higher than the cost of obtaining clay from our local suppliers. And so council had recently fielded some questions from the public, why the cost for clay on the inventory section of the financial statements was recorded at $14 per ton. When the cost from a local supplier ranges between $5.50 and $9.50 per ton. So on review of this matter, it was actually should be noted that the members of the public were incorrect in that amount, as the inventory is valued at $16.50 per ton. So the rationale behind this is that prior to 2023, the accounting for gravel and clay inventory was recorded using a weighted average cost method. Which is there's a number of different ways that you can cost inventory. And that cost included product purchases and all other associated costs, including trucking. So just for council's awareness, when utilizing the weighted cost method, the cost is reassigned as units are added to and removed from inventory at the end of the year. In particular, the cost for trucking of clay is the largest part of the cost. So for the 2022 year end, the calculated cost of trucking was $10.49, based on the number of tons hauled, the total trucking costs. So in 2023, myself and the auditors had discussed the use of this weighted average cost, as well as adding costs for trucking into the gravel. And it was agreed that we were going to discontinue the addition of the trucking costs into the annual aggregate inventory costs. The change due to the fact that trucking is required annually, and the process that was used pre-2023 unnecessarily deferred costs to future years. So going forward, once tons are completely expended from the piles, the cost of new inventory will be recorded at the purchase cost, not including trucking. Just to note, it's a very low value of our inventory, and the volume of this product compared to all other products, such as gravel. The accounting treatment was going to be maintained on the remaining clay inventory until the specific clay was used up. So we're at 1,700 tons right now, so which is a pretty small amount of clay. As well, it's going to be defined in a separate briefing 7.6, further down in the agenda, that the anticipated cost of clay for the next 5 years will be recorded at the cost of approximately 2.5 cents per ton, if the contract is fully utilized. So that's 100,000 cubic meters of clay. While this clay is of a higher plasticity, it's going to be coupled with the use of geotextile for culvert and approach installations. So just as a note, the county has an inventory of geotextile and geogrid that was purchased prior to 2020. That, while we weren't here, didn't know that it was needed at the time of purchase. This geotextile was fully expensed in a prior year in 2020, and is currently not valued in inventory. So we're using a product that was previously expensed to offset the higher plasticity of that clay. So, just overall, what we wanted to clarify in this briefing is that, while the cost from local suppliers is between 5.5 to 9.5 cents per ton, there's $9.5 per ton. This is essentially just an accounting treatment, and that the $14 that was questioned about is basically for that inventory cost and is not what we're purchasing clay for at this time.
And the 2.5 cents is right.
It depends if the contract is fully utilized, so it's, the contract essentially is $2,500 worth of gravel for up to 100,000 cubic meters of clay. And so, because that's the only number we have in the contract, that's what we have to value the inventory until that contract's end, and then we'll true it up at the end. So it could be, as high as 50 cents a ton. So
If we use less clay.
if we use less clay, it's gonna cost more.
Based on our clay usage in 2024 and our expected clay usage in 2025, our expected clay cost is around 34 cents per ton.
However, because of the fact we have a contract, based on that contract, from an accounting standpoint, we use the contract for that, and then we true it up at the end. So it's a fairly minor difference in the volumes of clay that we use.
So then we were mixing gravel into that clay because of the plasticity. We were mixing gravel into it this last summer.
Well, we're
So that
using
gravel's $27 a ton.
we're using the geotextile and the geogrid for that. And the process of culverts is gonna be discussed at a later item, 7.6. But this was to discuss the cost of the clay.
They're saying we're mixing it with gravel. Has anybody checked any of the installations we did this last summer? Now that the sloughs are filling up?
That'll be discussed in 7.6.
Cause I got some calls south of 16. Some of the culverts are, they said school buses will be getting stuck in the middle of the culvert.
Have a look.
Information. Make a motion of the Lamont County Council to accept the clay inventory costing and that information.
Favor? Carried, 4-0. 5C. Period approval.
Now with the floor council. August of last year. Starting September of last year, where you staff to pursue permit from Environment Canada to address drainage at Township 560. In order to pursue the permit, a design would be required. Mr. Dietz is here with Mr. Michigan to provide further information, primarily on the cost of such permitting.
So as Mr. Knosey said, council directed us back in September to pursue permit and drainage improvements along Township Road 560. As this project will require approvals from Alberta Environment in affected areas, we have engaged SE Design Consulting to review, engineer, and seek approvals from AEPA. SE Design has provided a Lamont County proposal, which administration wishes to inform council this morning on prior to move forward. SE Design has reviewed the site and had some preliminary discussions with Alberta Environment. With the unknowns surrounding the final requirements from Alberta Environment has included 2 additional items that are dependent upon the requirements of Alberta Environment. As per the supply proposal, from SE Design, preliminary and detailed designs are estimated at $22,727. And potential additional costs are one, the environmental and aquatic assessment. If this is required by Alberta Environment, SE Design would undertake biophysical assessment and reporting, as well as any required provincial and federal permitting. Any required environmental or aquatic assessments will only be known through the design process and further consultation with Alberta Environment. The estimated cost of this work is $25,009. The second item is the assessment of Lamont Creek high water levels. As the ditch improvement will require modifications to the outfall into Lamont Creek, the proposed outfall elevation may fall below the high water level of Lamont Creek. If required by Alberta Environment, high water level determination for Lamont Creek may be necessary to obtain Alberta Environment approvals. This estimated cost is $7,722. These costs would entirely be at the discretion of Alberta Environment's requirements for approval and are outside of both Lamont County and SE Design's control. If both are required, the total engineering cost would be $55,458. And any required work thereafter, which would be done by Lamont County forces.
So these costs would be taken out of the remaining portion of the debenture for 560.
In consultation with our finance department, this may be.
Yeah, this most likely will qualify as a cost, so if council chooses to go ahead with this, then we'll get approval from the auditors to utilize that.
Right now, what are they gonna change in the new proposal? What are they gonna change?
So based on their proposal, they've assessed from east of Range Road 200 over to Lamont Creek. There would be regrading of the south ditch along Township Road 560. They've added in to their original surveys the elevations of the culverts we added in 2022. Essentially what this work would entail would be lowering the elevation along the ditch, potentially lowering the inlet into Lamont Creek.
Last week when the water was running, the culverts on 200 were plumb full and the water was sitting level in the ditch and those culverts were only a quarter full. So those culverts gotta be lower and right into the creek.
Right in the creek?
Just there to the approach, just
Yes.
before the creek.
Right in the ditch there.
Yeah.
Where the guardrail.
Right in driveway.
Suggested guardrail would be.
Do you need approval to lower the culverts?
You would need approval to lower the culverts, but you would need approval to lower the ditch at the creek. So work within the right of way won't require approvals. We're not redirecting the flow of water. But when you're working within the limits of the creek itself, that's where the approvals would be required.
There's no utilities on that side, is there? Would that be an issue to be lowering?
Telus has facilities in the area.
Telus would be the only one. In that instance, they would come out, they would put in a tent cable, allow us to do the work if it's in the way, and then they would come in and reinstall the line.
Is there an option of moving the guy's driveway a little further east and putting make it wider and put three culverts? Then the volume will go wider instead of deeper, maybe. But the thing to do would be to lower, those culverts gotta get lower to the creek, but it wouldn't be all the way, just.
Lowering the culverts, probably wouldn't increase the flow of water there. Those culverts are at or below the bottom of the ditch level. The most appropriate action would be to ensure that the downstream side of the culverts is low enough to not hold back the water, which may require these.
Last week on Thursday or Friday, when the ditch was full, the water showed the level. The water was level in the ditch. And it showed the culverts being too high. And there was water in the ditch, so it wouldn't be very far to the culvert. They didn't do it proper right off the bat. It's not taking the water it's supposed to. There's water coming from the hills and across the fields. We got a problem. It's gotta be fixed. What about that culvert, the creek that used to go across 580 just east of 200? We were gonna put a culvert in that creek that was there. What happened to that idea?
Based on our last presentation to council, there was no direction to proceed with that culvert, crossing 560.
If you look on the maps, there's a creek across that went to the north. And when they built the road, they never put the culvert back.
Is that on 560 or?
Yeah, right on 560 east of 200. It went across 560 and then it went across the field to the creek.
Is that where there was a lease road?
They moved the lease road and dumped it right by the road to block off the creek. The guys abandoning the well, where the farmer removed the dirt and made it higher so the water won't go in this field farm now. If you look on the county maps, there's a creek that way. It shows it.
People wasn't it supposed to go along 560 east?
They put a culvert in on 195 on the north side, or sorry, on the west side of the road. But not that much water is going there. There's a couple little things they could do to get more water going that way and be less going. They'll end up in the same creek.
So what do you suggest?
Based on council direction back in September, when this item was last discussed, council's direction was to proceed with regrading township of 560 the south ditch. There are potential issues by putting in a culvert across 560 east of grade 200. There are no concerns with the drainage being blocked, and there are potential issues with the CP rail line there. So we don't know whether that would work. We wanted, based on council direction, we want to bring forth the cost in case council decided not to proceed with that work.
So what's your decision? Bring back costs?
Yeah, way back, see where we're at. That road wasn't done right. It's what the
I
third.
know we had a lot of problems with that road right from day one.
That's right, you did it twice, the engineer signed off on it, we signed off on it before it was done, it's just a nightmare. But it's not working right, so we gotta fix it. It wasn't done right in the first place, or the second place.
Okay, well, is this flooding somebody there?
It's like on yards, yeah,
That's on the north side of the road,
so, south side of the road.
or rather, south side of the road?
Yeah. And that culvert cross was just west of the yard on 560, and it went to the north and it took the water quicker, and then after the road was built, there's more backup of water.
So after it's built, it keeps going right, and then it's supposed to, then it goes across the road, then come back.
No, it goes west on the south side of the ditch, and then right at the creek, there's a driveway into Mr. Bartz's yard. They live in Fort Saskatchewan. Got a yard there for weekends to cut grass, no house, and the culverts are too high. So the ditch fills up with water. On Friday of last week, the culverts were full, the Range Road 200, and it goes west, and the culverts are only a quarter full at the creek. And it builds up after a bit, it'll build high, and the culverts hold it and build up, and they'll run at half the capacity. If those culverts ran what their size is for, if they were low enough, there wouldn't be an issue, yeah. Or that culvert across and follow the way the water used to go.
Did you look at it?
Yes, Mr. Mishak and I have both been out there, on a number of occasions over the last 2 weeks. When the snow did start melting, we had equipment out there opening up the culverts.
Up, yeah.
And we had a grader out there to open up the ditch. Most of the spring melt was over the weekend. We went back over the following morning Monday to assess. Water was moving. It does get backed up there. By lowering downstream culverts, that should alleviate upstream concerns. However, because that is such a deep ditch with a high back slope, it doesn't get a lot of snow melt on the south side there. So the primary cause of concern of the flooding is actually the snow. So by maintaining that snow in the spring, try to make sure that there's somewhere for that water to go. Because if the snow's in the ditch, the water's going to back up regardless of how low these culverts are, or if they're maybe not even there.
That's no move. We had Chris's regular beat. You do it every spring, move the snow out. But when you get a fast melt, that snow is long gone and it's still backing up and flooding back. The culverts aren't taking at the creek fast enough. They're only half full. Moving the snow, they had to move the snow. They did, and it started getting water
The colors are not deep enough.
at the creek.
That's it.
Yeah, based on the snow melt we've had this year, the snow melts I saw in 2022, lowering those downstream culverts should alleviate this issue. And ensure that we don't have upstream flooding.
Well, that's what has to be done, why isn't it done? Sorry to say that, but.
What you maybe checking the option of building the guy a new driveway further east, and maybe with the culverts gone in the driveway, it'll be wider. Maybe it'll have enough flow and we won't have to touch that creek.
We can work with our engineers on multiple options. We did give them a couple of scenarios, one going from 200, one going back east of 200. Try and see what is feasible and what our estimated construction costs are going to be. We can have them look at that as they proceed with the design. If it's council's wish that we bring forward the final options before we proceed, and the anticipated costs, then we can do that before we proceed with the work. Ultimately, if any approvals are required, we won't be able to proceed with any work until we have those approvals in place.
Well, yeah, you got that. And that's what's gonna be done already also.
It's not about this spring.
Yeah, oh, you don't have to do that. Okay, so where's that? One county essentially reporting.
A little more than maybe we wanted to come back, right?
Yeah.
So this is a briefing note. Our hope is that you're providing us direction on what we like.
So we do have a outstanding motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to pursue permit and program installation of 2 culverts in 2025 and seek approval to utilize previous to venture funding. With that said, if council wishes us to proceed with the engineering and bring back for further consideration when we know what approvals are required and what the costs are, we can do that.
Yes. That's right, right?
Before we do all the engineering, we should see if the engineers by moving that driveway further east. And that maybe we don't have to continue on further east of the culverts that are there down the creek bank. Right? Because that was more than half of the engineering costs when you were giving us prices.
Yeah, the work within the high water level is 7,700. If a environmental aquatic assessment is required, that's $25,000.
Yeah.
So if we're not working within wetland, that assessment should not be required. So essentially, if we're not working at Remuda Creek, we shouldn't have those anticipated costs.
Okay, so. What is that, what up there? See that flag?
That's the one that you have to do.
Put her on here.
Yeah.
If I may, if council wishes just to leave the existing motion, from September to stand, we can continue with our design work and bring it back for council review before proceeding, with any approval application.
What was that motion you guys read again?
That Lamont County Council direct administration to pursue a permit from Alberta Environment to address drainage, the township 560 west of Range Road 200. And program installation of 2 culverts in 2025 and seek approval to utilize previous venture funding. Thirdly, council could direct administration to bring back the engineering design drawings for council review.
We won't really know the cost until the design work is done.
Well, definitely want to bring it back, so you see where we're getting at.
That Lamont County Council direct commission to bring back the preliminary designs for council review. Or Township Road 560. Needs.
Okay, so you want to pass that? Is that right?
I move the Lamont County Council direct administration to bring back preliminary designs for council review for Township Road 560.
Mr. Gates, should that say preliminary designs custom? So you may want to.
I move the Lamont County, huh?
Friendly one.
Okay. I move the Lamont County Council direct administration to bring back preliminary designs and costing for council review for Township Road 560.
All in favor? Yeah. You're there. The 560. Proposed, yeah, 7.5. Proposed 225 inch program.
Mr. Chair, council approved the budget back in December, and on that basis, staff brought forward a recommended drainage program for 2025, back on January 28th. Council made some comments on that. Those comments and some potential dialogue after that will be incorporated into this proposed 2025 drainage plan. Mr. Michigan is highly known on large version of the number. Where there are some specific cases that what goes out.
First, I do want to apologize. In the package, we had one map attached twice, and so apologize to council that division 4 was left out in error, and division 2 was added twice. So the maps that we've handed out are updated proposed 2025 program. There have been, a couple of additions, to the program. The one being, Division 4.
We added the second culvert site on Township Road 584 that was requested by Councilor Nanka.
So the Township Road 584 west of Range Road 162. The second one.
Is in Division 2. We added an additional culvert on Township Road 550. This would be a new installation at Range Road 192 going north to alleviate the buildup of water on the south side ditch there.
Which one was?
Township Road 550 at 192 going north,
Okay.
193 south. Correction lines.
Yeah, there's no rain on that creek, is there?
It's not so much of a creek as
Yeah,
just
it's
a
just a-
large unnamed flow path.
Yeah.
Is that the one right to the right of the line?
Yeah, the south of it.
You would see it's on the same road as we have 2 1400s, 2 1200s, and then just south of that is 1 600.
South is to the right.
Go ahead.
You do start there with the map vertical.
One ninety-two, these people are doing subdivision, like you said the blue nut colors, they're doing the subdivision?
That was a prior subdivision from 2021 that the landowner has not gone and built any of the required approaches for. It's been sitting idle. I'm planning and develop. The planning department has supply counsel previously on that. These are essentially outstanding subdivision items that need to be addressed.
So as previously discussed, when we brought this for review, back in January, there are 10 approaches, that we are applying to construct this year from previous subdivision applications, where we will use the money supplied by the applicant as a deposit, to help pay for these installations. We've worked with planning and development over the last, year and a half, and to try and get as many of these approaches completed. Some have been done by the applicants. These are the ones that are left remaining.
I thought that was the applicant's responsibility to develop approaches.
So it was, is the applicant's responsibility to build the approaches. There have been instances where the landowner has not built it, left a deposit, ultimately sold the property. So we've tried to work with all the applicants. These are the ones where we couldn't, either couldn't convince them to, or they don't own the property anymore. So we're taking it upon ourselves to utilize those deposits to pay for the approach construction. Moving forward, planning development will not authorize final approval on subdivision unless the approach is completed as part of the application.
Yeah, back there. On 192, just south of the 542, you have one, I think is that little acreage or is that the 80 to the north?
The one right on 192, it is, there's a little yellow house there. And on the west side, we're there.
Oh, okay, yeah, because the one right north of it, I thought maybe that was where it is. They did install one there, so
Yeah.
that's good. Okay, no, that's very fine, just so we. I know they subdivided off that little yard side. Okay,
They just buy that. 194 right at star between 560 and 560. What are those culverts? That's 831 then.
Those are culverts inside of Star. There's 2 crossing railway out that we'll be doing, as well as 2 approaches leading up to that crossing. It has held operations from doing dust control further in there due to a large soft spot. The culverts are failing crossing Star Road.
If we increase the water going north there, we're gonna flood all the houses. We better double check before we do. That they got
We will do any ditching as required as well. We do have a lot.
right in the star. On the star, right in the hamlet of star.
We do have a lot on the north side that the county owns that the water is supposed to flow through. So we will be investigating that and improving any path through there.
And nobody goes around to the north and then east, and are we gonna flood all the lot, are we gonna flood all the lots out by getting these culverts and more water?
We will definitely make sure that doesn't happen. Ways.
Okay, 572 and 193, what are those culverts? North of 45 there.
That would be, as part of the council road tour, you asked me to look into the drainage in that area. Currently, both of those culverts are undersized, crossing the road to the north and into the residence to the north. So we would be upgrading those approaches, those culverts, and cleaning up some of the ditch there to improve water flow in that area.
The one on the east side of the road, they put a new culvert in across it through the guy's driveway.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's too small.
The problem was there was too much water coming through 572 going north, and then it flooded the one year. He better to get to his house, he had a lake right around it, so they put a culvert in the driveway and it helped. But if we put a bigger one in 572, we better.
That would be correct. That's one is on 572, one is at there.
Okay, and the water used to go north and then it turn east into the Scarrow Lake, but something's blocking it there. So now all that water goes west. That crosses Range Road 200 and then 574 and ends up at the river there. But it used to just turn and go right into Scarrow Lake, that lake on the right hand side. There was something blocking it in the trees there.
Okay, we will work with the landowner to investigate that and see what we can do about that.
Yeah, so from 572 it went north and then went east into Scarrow Lake there. And it goes through the bush. Something blocked it and now it goes all the way north. Sorry, it goes all the way northwest, crosses Range Road 200 at 574 and goes in where he did those culverts. So it goes instead of going to the lake and going north, it's going a lot of, I think, 9 or 10 extra miles.
Where those 2 black culverts?
Yeah.
But there was something blocking, they used to go to the lake and the water go quickly and then didn't have a problem, something blocked off there.
Any other questions? suggestions? We have somebody move the drainage program as presented.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council approve the 2025 drainage program as presented.
That is my error. So,
All in favor?
Yeah.
There. Please want to stop for a recess?
Yep.
Great. Okay. 7.6. Standard culvert installation. Process.
Hey, Mr. Chair, there were some questions raised at the last council meeting and prior around the standard to which we are doing culvert replacement. And we thought it would be helpful. It emerged out of Hockey Talks with the Brewer Hyman Chipman and a discussion at the last meeting. So we're bringing forward a report on our standard process for culvert installation. Go ahead, Randy.
So as council's heard over the last number of weeks, the various meetings, concerns were raised by ratepayers in regards to the length of time it takes internal crews to complete the installation of the culvert versus the length of time it takes a contractor. Concern whether the clay the county is using is adequate and whether county crews are efficiently working. As council is aware, as a result of significant flooding in the springs of 2018 and 2020, Lamont County Council had invested significant resources into upgrading existing culvert crossings that are undersized, as well as installing new culvert crossings where they are required. These culvert crossings are designed and sized based on the results of the county's master drainage study, and culverts are sized based on local water flow rates, with culvert size to handle a minimum of a 1 in 10 year event, flood event, and where possible, culverts are sized to handle a 1 in 25 year flood event. Each of the county's 2 culvert crews is equipped with a track of an operator, 2 laborers, and 1 tandem gravel truck with a driver. One crew does not require the use of their tandem truck. It is relocated to the other crew. The work of both crews is scheduled so that they're in close proximity to one another when possible, allowing both trucks to work on either crew when required. But sites are selected to minimize road closures at short proximity or on the same road. When comparing the cost of internal crews to a contractor, a factor that comes into play is that the contractor utilizes an end dump instead of a tandem truck, allowing them to haul more material to and from the site more efficiently. This allows the contractor to complete a site quicker. Lamont County's adopted the municipal servicing standards, the most recent was approved in 2023, and it outlines the installation procedures for a culvert crossing. Requirements for culvert crossings in Lamont County are new galvanized corrugated steel pipe with a minimum culvert diameter dependent on the installation location, those being a 400 millimeter minimum for a residential driveway, 500 millimeter minimum for industrial and commercial driveway, and a 600 millimeter minimum for a road crossing culvert. Sloped end treatments of 3 to 1. A quarter the diameter of the culvert is to be below the ditch invert, and a minimum of 1 meter of culvert of cover, or 1/2 the diameter of the culvert, whichever is greater. In certain instances, we may go lower and use alternative products to ensure that the road is stable. For all new culvert installations, any excavated road material that is not suitable for backfill, topsoil, peat moss, etc., is excavated and replaced with suitable clay fill. Any excavated material that is not required for topsoil replacement or is too wet to be utilized is removed from a site and hauled either directly to the St. Michael Regional Landfill to be used as cover for their landfill operations, or to the Lamont Public Works Yard if the landfill is closed or the material is too wet. In the past, Lamont County had been purchasing clay fill from a local third-party vendor. However, in 2023, Lamont County and the Town of Lamont reached a mutual agreement for Lamont County to utilize the clay fill stockpile that the Town of Lamont has on Range Road 195 north of Highway 29 when they upgraded their sewage lagoon. Samples of this clay were tested by a third party, and the high plastic clay was found to be suitable for road construction purposes. The agreement between the county and the town does not require the county to utilize a minimum amount of clay per year, and there's no cost per ton or cubic meter removed by the county. The county has agreed to provide the town with 125 tons of designation 4 plus 25 gravel, which is our standard road surfacing gravel per year for all the clay that the county utilized that year. For a cost comparison, the county had an expense of $37,316 for 6,389 tons of clay in 2022, and an expense of $33,348 for 6,400 tons of clay in 2023. In 2024, the cost of the 125 tons of gravel delivered to the town was $2,062.50. And in 2025, the cost will be the same. Finally, whether a culvert is installed internally or by a contractor, the installation process is the same. Woven geotextiles utilizes separation barrier under and around the culvert in order to prevent groundwater from permeating right after and softening the crossing. In areas where there's less than suitable cover, an additional layer of geotextiles with geogrid is placed. As previously discussed with council, we do have a large supply geogrid that was purchased by a previous supervisor. This is no additional cost to the county as it was expensed in here. When an internal drainage crew is working on the installation of a culvert, the work is planned to minimize the amount of time to complete the work and minimize the disruption to local landowners and road users. At the start of a project, unsuitable material is hauled off site and the trucks return with either clay or gravel, whichever is required, and stockpile on site, which minimizes downtime. Occasionally, installations may take longer than expected, either due to equipment breakdowns, adverse weather, or other immediate issues that may arise, such as crews needing to be resized to an imminent road issue. Where repair to an equipment breakdown is not expected to take longer than an hour or two, the crew is typically told to stand by since the time to demob and then remobilize the site would not allow them to start another task before the equipment is repaired and back in service. Also, when both crews are hauling material to and from site, the amount of hauling completed by one truck is limited. Discussions with our staff have identified some options that we are pursuing and looking into. Two are having both drainage crews work one larger culvert at the same time. Or potentially to trial a split shift where one crew works potentially 4 a.m. to noon or somewhere like that, and the second shift would work noon to 8, given prolonged daylight hours and desire to complete the projects more quickly. With regards to concerns regarding culvert repairs, as mentioned verbally, it would be more accurate to refer to these activities as maintenance, reworking the surface, particularly wet weather, followed immediately after culvert installation.
Questions?
Said, the contractor is using an end up 90% of our culverts are better or in low spots on the road. And, you hook an end up behind one of our trucks and the guys don't have experience, you know where that end up's gonna go. So it, definitely not a thing that the county needs as an end up. Another thing was brought up by our old, director we had, years ago, that some of the roads are clay, and we still haul it away, or the whole road. The whole road is made out of scrap material, the way we did it with the drags and, elevator graders. And then where the culvert goes, we got 20 feet of high grade road, and then again, it's, the same stuff, so you mentioned it's a waste of time and money doing it that way.
Well, how would you do it?
Use the material that you got most of the time is good enough.
Just the material.
That was Wayne that,
Yeah, I know, but you know what? Well,
he put a lot of culverts in.
but yeah, you use the same old,
Not all.
pardon the expression, crap. You can have sinkholes, you can't back them properly.
If you aren't using adequate fill material, that's where you're gonna see the culvert swishing out. You're gonna see the culvert settling after the crease. You're not gonna get proper compaction.
Right.
Potentially, depending on the location, you could get water ingressing and the culvert actually getting washed out along the sides of the culvert. So utilizing the proper material is gonna get you a better product in the end.
I agree with that part, that's.
Yeah, once you mobilize there and you open the road up, you might as well.
Put the good clay in there and it's solid.
You're not saving anything, but
So when our crews go to site and they start excavating, anything that is deemed suitable,
They'll keep it.
they're keeping it on site.
Yeah.
Whether it's clay, whether it's topsoil or respread. But if it's pure gumbo coming out, there's nothing you can do with that. If it's a mix of clay and black dirt when the road is built, it's not gonna compact properly. That's where we haul it away. We don't have an expense for disposing of the clay at the landfill. We just have the expense of the trucking.
Anything else?
One of the things we wanted to mention late in the report, I don't think you mentioned it early, was we've been chatting with our drainage staff to garner some suggestions on how we can be more efficient. And two ideas have come. One is by when we have a larger culvert, using both drainage crews to work on that one larger culvert at the same time. And the other one is potentially to work a split shift where we can shorten the total time to address the culvert. By having one shift work from 4 AM to noon, the other from noon till 8. So this is in our efforts to respond to your desires for us to be more efficient and effective.
There are times where having two crews on one site is beneficial, whether, a larger excavation. If you're moving into 1,000s, in some instances, there's 3, having a pole on both sides, so you're able to get more work done. Minimizes the impact to the road users, to the neighboring landowners. Some of our installation, well, let's say most of our installations, it's probably not feasible where you're just doing one culvert. But we've had issues in the past, and we've addressed those. Trying to start a culvert on a Friday where it's going to be closed for the weekend. We've had a few instances where we've had the crews work Saturday or Sunday to try and make sure that it's done. If there's rain forecasted, we're not opening up a big hole and spending another day or two to pump it out. We're doing everything we can to easily reduce the impact to the landowners, to the road users, but ensure that we're doing it properly.
I think like last year, we asked some of the farmers in my area in the south, if you could go someplace else for a couple of days through the harvest. And they're very pleased with that.
Yeah, we do try and schedule our work to get one area done to minimize the amount of mowing. We don't want to mow from one end of the county without to go back. But when we're in there for 2 or 3 weeks, and one land will fill 1 parcels and not be impacted by all of them. If we're there, get a couple done, move to another area, get some more done, then come back later on. Try and minimize that impact as much as we can.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the standard culvert installation process report as information.
All in favor? Yeah, there, we're done. Okay, next, Lamont County Council accept the Point Fire Resources Road Use Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a delegation from people from Point Bar back on January 28th. And that conversation was reminiscent of some of the matters that were discussed with the council back on June 25th. Council indicated a desire to revisit the structure of our road use agreement. Mr. Dietz is here to hit the highlights of what is and what might be.
So at January 28th, council heard a presentation from Point Bar Resources, specifically in regard to concerns they had over the requirements of the county's road use agreement. The first concern raised by Point Bar is regarding to spring road bans. In previous years, are you able to be permitted to haul up to 100% allowable axle weights during spring road bans? subject to them providing a bond equal to twice the amount required under their annual bond amount. At the June 25th council meeting, council discussed this past practice, as this practice was not previously approved by council, administration has ceased allowing it. As a result, Point Bar Resource anticipating an increase of hauling by 25% during spring event season. The second concern raised is in the requirements to bond all roads utilized regardless of the traffic volume. In review of Point Bar's 2025 road use agreement, administration requested a list of all roads utilized by Point Bar, where previously they were only providing a list of roads utilized daily, which was approximately 500 kilometers. They've identified 47.3 kilometers of county roads they are utilizing. Approximately 18 kilometers are utilized daily, while approximately 29.5 kilometers are utilized once monthly or less. Due to the increased number of roads identified, the required bond for Point Bar has increased from $59,000 to $473,000. Prior to 2025, Point Bar provided a bond amount of $118,000 to allow them to haul 100% while seasonal road bans were in place. Subject to the presentation, council passed a motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to prepare a report on the road use agreement with Point Bar for a future council meeting. In consideration of Point Bar's request to provide a bond of $200,000 that exceeds the required bond amount of the higher utilized roads and be allowed to haul 100% year round to reduce their hauling expenses. Council may consider making amendments to the road use agreement requirements. These being requiring bonding of roads only where traffic volumes exceed one vehicle per day, possibly one vehicle per week, how the council chooses to proceed. Allowing RUA holders to provide an increased bond amount to exceed posted road bans up to 100% legal weights. And reducing bonding of roads where traffic volumes are less than one vehicle per day or alternatively one vehicle per week. As council considers the request from Point Bar, council should consider concerns raised by other RUA holders as well as ratepayers affected by RUA holder activities on county roads. At the August 13th council meeting, council discussed concern raised by ratepayers that dust abatement provided by RUA holders were not adequate to completely dissipate dust on county gravel roads. Past practice was to ensure that the road use holders were providing dust abatement, either water or calcium, in front of residents on all gravel roads being used. Council direction was to ensure that as per road use agreement template, all holders of a road use agreement must provide dust abatement on all sections of road utilized. As a result of this, RUA holders will see significant increase in the cost of maintaining county roads. In order to provide a balance between quality of life for ratepayers and increased operational costs of RUA holders, council could consider requiring dust abatement in front of occupied residential and commercial yard sites only, requiring dust abatement in front of occupied residential and commercial yard sites, as well as approaching major intersections, requiring dust abatement on all roads utilized where traffic volumes exceed a set amount per hour or per day. Finally, another concern raised by some RUA holders has been the requirement under the road use agreement that limits hauling activities from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. While this requirement was put in place to limit disturbance to neighboring landowners, some RUA holders have approached administration of extending their hauling past 7 p.m. or starting earlier at 7 a.m. During certain times of the year, especially in the early spring, having a road use agreement starting prior to 7 a.m. allows them to haul when the gravel roads are still covered in frost, and shutting down earlier in the day when the gravel surface starts to melt and become wet. There have also been select RUA holders that have a need to haul periodically past 7 p.m. as the process requires an extended haul, either later in the evening or even there have been instances where a 24-hour haul for a short duration is required.
Any questions on it?
Or what they're requiring,
Pardon?
this one, 200%?
Point Bar is still outstanding. We're not sure how to proceed based on council direction and bring back the report. We're monitoring daily. We are anticipating that road bans will be coming on potentially in the next 2 to 3 weeks, looking at the long-term forecast. With the warm weather we had, roads are building up, but with this week and start of next week being below zero, but during the day, we're not anticipating the frost to come out, at least for for the next 2 weeks, potentially 3.
So you guys, in your opinion, should we go to a different structure for the kilometers or a road that aren't used like monthly or monthly? Should we?
So the requirements under the road use agreement were if a hauler meets that threshold of requiring a road use agreement, all roads are considered. So should council wish to make amendments to it, if a road user is utilizing that road with a pickup, there's not going to be a big impact, but if they're hauling down there with a loaded truck, we need to ensure that if they make the decision to haul when they shouldn't be and are causing damage to the road, we have somebody to come back, whether that's a reduced amount for those roads or whether it's a upset limit of 200,000 per company. That is up to council at this point. My recommendation is that we ensure that any road use holder has an adequate amount to cover potential damages to any select road use.
These guys come in the presentation, they, to some of the places, they don't go, they don't go there, maybe every 6 weeks, every 5 weeks to get one load of oil. They got a battery west on 562. When the road was built, they paid a quarter of the road. The company they bought out was Husky, and federal government, provincial government, county, and them built the road to that battery. And the one, they got another one on 562. They go a mile and a half. And I think they're only doing one load every 3 weeks out of there. And their ask was, we wanted $473,000. And some of the roads, if they used them daily, no problem, but the one that gets used to the main battery, probably a truck a day, maybe even less. They paid for the road to get it built there and stuff, so their ask was go from 118,000 where they were paying to go to 200 grand. They pay $1.1 million in taxes, and they're on time all the time is what they were getting at, so they came to the delegation, not for everybody, but for their company, right? They're asking, because they got different amounts of oil coming out than other people have, so.
Do we need to consider doing any kind of amendments to our road use agreement? Just
So
we have industry coming and different industry potentially coming.
How many people do you want coming in as delegations asking?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, I don't want to, I don't want to open Pandora's box, but is there something that we need to?
So the way the road use agreement is worded as it stands. If you're hauling more than one load a day, you require a road use agreement. And if you require a road use agreement, we require all the roads you're using. So if we were to make changes, if you're hauling one load or more per day, you're at that 10,000. If we could up that to 15,000, whatever council chooses. If you're in that one load per week, you can look at reducing that down 7,100, 5,000 for that one of the road. The once per month, you could put a minimum on that. You could say as long as they have this much for their other roads, there's not required. There's multiple ways we could bring forward options. But every road use holder has a different core of what they're doing.
Yeah.
So some holders are in and they're 50 loads a day for a week and then they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Some are rotating. So in the case of one road use holder, they come in this late spring, summer, and they're hauling to a certain area. We inspect those roads and then they get transferred to the next group of roads they're hauling there, and it moves through. For Point Bar, their locations don't change. They're static. But the requirement to be in there is not the same for every location.
What would be the amount of the bond for gravel supplier?
So any road use holder is required right now $10,000 per kilometer of road utilized. So if you're hauling on 10 kilometers, you have to supply $100,000.
So in the beginning, I just said one load per day, you need a road use agreement. So one load per month isn't one load per day.
No, and that's, we, with Point Bar, where they're already being required to have a bond, so we're looking, the way it's worded, we're trying to ensure that all of their roads are bonded. Having the ability to have thresholds, will benefit the road use agreement holders, but still allow us to keep them, honest. We've had concerns raised of various activities going on where they're utilizing other roads. And in some instances, we're able to actually issue them a fine or shut them down for a under the terms of the road use. And that gets the point across, you wanted a certain road, don't go off of this route. It's about accountability. Is council comfortable with where the road use agreement is worded, or does council want to make changes to allow flexibility?
So do you have much problem with trucks going off?
There are some instances, when we're made aware, we rely on a peace officer to try and enforce. I can't issue fines, but I can pull the road use agreement. Whereas our peace officer, he can issue a fine, I can shut them down for a day, or a week, but our peace officer can actually issue a fine if we're on a road and not permitted. There have been, some drivers that have got the ticket, there have been some companies that have got the ticket.
Would you have a lot of problems like that or not? Or is it just occasional here and there?
I would say it's occasional. From what we're able to identify, I would say maybe 5 to 10 issues a year that I know of. There may be more that we're not able to witness, or, if they're using an alternate route for a week and they only see it once, they may be on there 10 times, 20 times, and we can see that one time.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering if it's that big of an issue, or is it
It's not a major issue that we need somebody out patrolling these every day, but we are trying to keep track of them throughout the.
Constable Wright does make a specific point of monitoring all routes.
all routes?
As he goes out and does his proactive patrol, he will always. If he's doing the northwest corner of the
Yeah,
county,
yeah,
he'll
he makes sure.
focus on all routes.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Well, she gave us these amendments.
I would call them, proposed.
Proposed,
options.
yeah.
I've split it down into 3 categories. Concerns around requirements of bonding a road based on the amount of traffic.
Yeah.
They're causing. Dust control and timing. Now, if council wishes to changes to bond required based on traffic usage, we can look at number of vehicles per day or number of vehicles per week and have the threshold, or only require bonding where they're utilizing a road at over a certain amount per day or per week. Does council wish us to continue the direction of dust control on gravel roads from A to B, or only in front of residences and commercial properties? And does council wish to allow RUA holders to apply for exemptions to the 7 to 7 time?
This isn't our highest cost road agreement, is it?
No. This would be our highest cost road use agreement, I believe now. But previously has not been.
Where do you see now?
Because we identified so many more miles they are utilizing, whereas they were only providing 118,000 previously. They now would be required to provide $473,000. I think our highest to date is about $250,000 to $350,000.
Well, okay, that was because they're not reporting the miles that they're traveling?
They were only reporting the ones we were on every day.
Are we talking tanker road use agreement or a gravel road use agreement, 250?
I'm all road use agreements.
So it's probably a gravel pit where they got 100 loads a day at times, right?
Yeah, there are a couple of RUA holders. There's a couple of gravel suppliers. They have multiple sources. They have multiple roads they bond. And then we have one hauler for agricultural purposes, and they have a rolling bond. So we bond where they're at. And then once they're done there, we inspect the roads, we transfer that bond over the next set of roads. So they don't have to do, I think they would have to bond probably $700,000 if we've made them do it all at once.
Basically, that's what these guys are asking for, one of those rolling ones. They go once every 6 weeks here. They'll use a road use agreement. If there's any damage they're gonna pay.
And that could potentially be an option, is where you consider the amount of traffic, the amount of, or the amount of miles by the amount of traffic. So if they're only gonna be there one day out of the month, do we only charge them 10% of the amount? Something like that.
These guys, their main battery, they paid for the road, going up over the road, going into the main battery. They used to do 5-6 loads a day, and now they're very seldom you see truck there. And for them to time wise, they come, that oil goes to hardest here or wherever it goes, they
Hey, this is, you're talking about Point Bar
Yeah.
Resources?
yeah, that's what they for us.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then we got the other ones there up north by Limestone that are using all kinds of roads and they're not behaving, so we got two different scenarios here, right?
you group them both together?
We use
Or-
one agreement for every. company.
Yes.
The only thing we change is the total bond amount based on the number of miles they utilize. And the roads they're allowed to use. Other than that, all the verbiage in the agreement is the same. All the requirements are the same. Requirements for repairing the road if it's damaged, requirements for maintaining the road if they need to. And estimating. The requirements are the same for everybody.
Well. So what are you really looking for there?
Council asked us to bring a report forward. If council is happy with the status quo and decides not to provide any changes to Point Bar's road use agreement, we can continue as normal. If council wishes to direct us to bring forward the road use agreement with proposed changes, we would need to know what those proposed changes would be.
What are you guys looking at?
Well, changing the 7 to 7, I mean, if that's, well, it's like 7 AM to 7 PM, I don't think I would worry about changing that. But I think we should almost consider like the time amount that they're used, the amount that, gives you guys a chance to make stipulations to them. It reduces some of their costs, like for everybody, but it also makes sure that we still get the same amount of coverage for the road that's used.
I could ask a question. So the $473 that they're providing is basically, we're holding it for the purpose of being able to either ensure they fix the road or that we can fix the road. Yeah. How much does $473,000 buy? In the worst case?
in the worst case, you could rebuild. Half a kilometer, half a mile, 473 hours complete rebuild.
So the reason I asked that is because another option is to cap it. That this formula applies up to a maximum of something. But half a mile of road is the whole bunch of road if something really bad happens.
Not very much at all.
So don't wanna put a company out of business because they gotta, put up a bond like that is.
Right.
So what does it cost to have a bond like that?
It depends on the company and their credit.
Mhm.
So in the case of Point Bar Resources, this is cash out of their account. They don't put up a bond, they give us a check. Somebody with very good credit rating, it could, $100,000 bond could cost them maybe $1,000.
I think right now 12%. They charge 12%, so it's 100 grand, 12,000 a year. For interest is what they.
Yeah.
If you wanna do it by how much you use the road, it's almost like a. Gas tax if you're running multiple provinces or states, it's. An accounting nightmare.
So if council were to consider a cap, would 200, 250, what would council want to consider?
Yeah, are we talking only about
Point bar.
Point Bar, or we're talking about?
No, we tend to love everybody equally.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah.
So not everybody is equal though, because we got some by our place that are going daily. I see the trucks going to the wells daily. They're producing lots of water and then they're hauling to their battery. And so there's. Everyone, and the one by Limestone, they're going, I think they're doing what, 10 loads a day out of there? 10 Super Bs a day.
But you gotta consider the fact too that the RUA isn't just for oil, this also covers our gravel hauling and everything.
Yeah.
That's what that's what I was asking about, eh?
Gravel launch it out before, they got some days 100 loads a day going, right?
That's what I mean, and they're sporadic, they're not every day, these guys are consistent every other day.
So. For the firms that haul in hydrous, what's their, how do you do that one when you haul basically, 5 weeks in spring and maybe you do 2 weeks in fall? Any idea what the road use agreement is, the same price?
To my knowledge, we don't require a road use for anhydrous because they're exempt under the.
Agriculture.
Fertilizer has no.
You were saying somebody for parts, I thought maybe it was.
No, that in that case, that is a land spread for
Oh, okay.
Or the same thing, hauling fertilizer. Last week we had 18 Super Bs coming from the place. Hauling fertilizer.
Yeah, we don't.
So do they pay?
No, we don't require road use agreements for agricultural purposes. Okay, council has said those. That is part of our road use agreement is not, does not apply for agricultural purposes.
I know that they were pretty thrifty, but by all first thing in the morning, you bring 3 or 4 trucks.
Yeah, and we've had good success. If somebody's trying to get in a couple of loads, we say, take it in first thing in the morning, bring it in as early as you can before the sun is up.
That's what we did, yeah. But the guy said,
It's trying to meet their needs, but ensure our roads.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically these guys are rolling road use agreement. That they want to dump it from 118 to 200 instead of 473,000. And then they said they pay $1.1 million in taxes, so.
Yeah.
Decision, we're going to point bar, but we also have to make a decision on how we're gonna direct administration to your road use agreement.
for everyone,
For the rest.
for the rest, not only just. But. One. Doesn't fit all.
No, it's not, you can't just use a blanket agreement.
Yeah, that's
what
right.
I'm getting at.
You know, you go back to your gravel hauling, okay?
Yeah.
You know, if you have.
So what do we do in this situation? We wait with these guys and approve or try to make another road use agreement, or do we make a decision with these guys and then?
These guys did pay for the one road is 3 miles, just about 3 miles. They
So
paid a quarter of the road.
the two requests that Point Bar put forth to the council is allowing a bond at 200,000 that to utilize all the roads they require throughout the year. Also requested to be exempt to 100% during bad season. If council wants to allow them to only put up 200,000 to continue their work, we can work with Point Bar and deal with that, and council can continue working through the road use agreement. And then whether council wants to consider the request to be all at 100% during bad season. Any decision council makes is going to have effects on other roads. If somebody hears you're being exemption for one, they're all going to want the same or better.
Yeah, I don't think there be, to be allowed to haul 100% even in your. That I don't think we should consider that one.
But there is
My
gonna be
opinion.
road damage.
There, yeah,
Under their batteries, though, where they built the road, they got 2 batteries on 562. I can see there, they paid for the road. But the rest, yeah, road bands are over them.
yeah, then what happens when other companies come to us and say we help build the roads like up in Dave's division?
But did they build the road though?
I have a question. Remember when the council was kind of caught by surprise that people can haul it 100%, and that's been going on for years? Is it going on now?
No.
Okay,
No, we are not allowing that this year.
okay,
We have had some requests, and we've told them that it's for our discussion with council. It's not a policy, it's not being permitted.
okay.
So who was that, what was that was being allowed?
So previous administration had set up an, I'll call it an internal policy, where if an RUA holder provided a bond equal to double the required amount, they were allowed all 100% during bad season. In discussion with council last spring, we've ended that practice.
Okay. We'll do this right after we settle the fire bill.
Okay, so moving forward, it's gonna have to.
Information.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the time April's gonna be here.
Well, if we're not allowing anyone to haul it 100%, then that's obviously not.
Well,
That's
but I can see for the 2 batteries that they paid for the road. Their trucks are going all the way at Hardesty. They go on 1.5 miles.
From where to where?
On the 562 and I see them all the time. That's where we live and they're very respectful. They go really slow. They go 24 hours a day. You don't even hear them. And that they're like citizens on patrol because they never know when they're coming, so they're crime rate, whatever, and then the driver's phone, and there's pickups sitting around. They paid for the 2 roads.
They go from
From Highway 45, 1 mile, they go, it used to be once a day, but now it's once a week. Maybe even once every 10 days, they go 1.5 miles east on 562. St. Michael Road, they load and then they go on 562 west 1 mile and then on 204, they go about 1 mile north and they paid for the road. It's wide and right after their gates, the road gets narrow and into the sand hills. So and the sign is still for the north where the county, provincial government, federal government and it was Husky at the time paid for the road. It's an industrial road, just like the land plant has, or it's an industrial road they built. I just say what it is, we got no problem with them hauling there, and they're good on the roads. That just giving you information.
Do for one, you gotta do for the other.
Yeah, but the other ones pay for a road. I don't know. And another one's up to date with their taxes.
Your decision.
You're right, though, we should have to bring back some amendments to our
I would
possible
think,
amendments
yeah,
to our road use agreement, and then we can utilize.
That's right, I think that's what has to be done, then you could make a proper decision.
Yeah. Then it's not gonna be like the CAO says where you're gonna have everybody coming into.
Would you like, what sort of amendments would you like to see some analysis on?
Well, kind of like the even here, like Darby has suggested, that require bonding for roads where traffic volume is one vehicle per day, or. I wouldn't change the 100% for year round, I'm not into that one.
Yeah.
Routes and bondings for roads for volume of one vehicle per day or alternate one vehicle per week. You know, if there's a way you can. Set those kind of parameters in place, and then they, you know, we also get a better. Knowledge of the roads they use. You know, because they're gonna tell you, okay, at these sites, we're gonna come in here once a day.
Yeah.
These ones are only once a month. The frequency of the amount that's used. It would also help for you guys for maintenance, for doing known grading.
Absolutely.
So I think those are some of the requirements we gotta figure out first before we start going. And implementing. Like the 473,000 or whatever.
I think
That's pretty rich.
I think.
I understand it's gonna cost us the, like you said, the amount to rebuild the road if it fell right apart,
But that's a total rebuild,
So how many kilometers of road damage did we have, say, over the last 5 years?
Over the last 3 years that I know of, I can think of maybe 10 locations where we've had them go in and gravel that pit run to fix it up and surface it.
but that's not a rebuild, that's just.
No, I can't think of any where we've actually had them go in and rebuild the road. It's just been to add gravel or maintain.
Maintenance, heavy maintenance.
There's been a few instances where we've done it and built them. Then there's been some instances where they've gone and we've told them what to do and they've done it.
We've also had a few where it was an agricultural use where we either asked them and maybe they fixed it in good faith, or maybe we had to go and fix it.
You gotta put a motion there that.
Are those the only two? Do you want to also have a?
Is there anything else about you guys? Like, is there
Uh,
anything different that you guys would need?
Based on council's discussion, no change to the timing, 7 to 7 will stand.
Yeah.
No allowance for hauling over road band, posted road bands, that's fine. Is there a cap that council wants to consider, for all road use holders, whether it's 200, 300, 500? Is it a cap amount based on the number of miles? And we can come up with many formulas, but is there?
100 miles, what do you mean by travel?
You know, yeah, so if a road use holder has said, yeah, we're gonna haul on this many roads, but it's only gonna be once per week on each road. Is there, we can come with a calculation of what it should be. But if somebody comes in and just spitballing here, if they try and bog another road in the county for whatever reason, and they're gonna say, yeah, we might haul it once a week or once a month.
Yeah.
Is there a max council that wants to consider?
Well, that's things I don't know.
Okay.
And I mean, you're gonna notice that there's probably gonna be a lot less miles they're gonna tell you they're using, but I mean, that's the thing is that it would drop down their bonds if they knew they keep an accurate count of their mileage that they're using too.
Yeah, and again, if they're not being forthcoming with us on the roads they are going to use, then we have the ability to go back and issue them fines or pull their bonds as penalty for going outside of the agreement.
So. Can you stop or cancel a road use agreement?
Yeah, there is a clause in there that if a road use holder is not abiding by the terms of the agreement, or does not make any necessary repairs that we identified, we can terminate it with a notice.
We did that,
So why don't we?
we did that on the wall game.
So there have been a few
Got it
times,
down, man.
yeah, there have been a few times where we've pulled a road use agreement for a day as penalty. And they got their drivers in line and they started using the right roads.
So why not cap it at 200,000? Yeah, do it for everyone to do it for that, and you would think that after they do $50,000 worth of damage, you could stop or cancel the road use agreement until that's repaired. I don't know.
But we did that, like I say, on the whole road in
Yeah,
164 with
163.
Right, 160, yeah, 2 or 3, with dust controls.
Did that open the whole in north of 45 at Limestone, did they not spend 300 grand building a road into there 2 miles north and a quarter mile west of the batteries so they can haul roads back to the highway and go to Hardisty?
I think they did quite a bit of upgrading.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is, so did, at the time there was NSM Resources and then they were Husky and now they're Tamarack and now they're Point Mar. They built the road to their 2 batteries, so I can see the 2 batteries, 1.5 and 2 miles west of 45, not having or being able to go there 100% with their product out. But that other outfit up in Limestone, I think they spend a lot of money so they can haul loads back to the highway. The rest were they bringing wells. The road band's a road band, but
So
finished product out.
So those in Division 3, they wouldn't be able to haul 100% either.
Not if we go with this thing, there's no, if it's a road band, it's a road band.
So the 100%, allowing 100% was still in effect a year ago, last spring.
Yes, it was.
So what happens with 195 here between the 2 highways? That's our road, it's not a government road.
we're right around here.
I'll have to double check, but I don't know if we ban one
It doesn't
ninety-five.
have a,
No, it does have a sign in there.
Yeah, so there are certain roads we don't ban, 195 and I believe 184 going up to St. Michael on the pavement. Those don't get banned, same with 202. Typically our gravel roads are the ones that are getting seasonal bans. To Gore States, I think it's posted at 50% year round.
So we can, I think the motion that's up on the board is something that you were kind of started. You also want to add the nature of the vehicle. And then pickup trucks are free.
Yes, yeah, no, I mean,
So we don't care about volume of pickup.
no, the nature of the vehicle, I'm not sure if it matters, and it would be up to your guys' discretion, what hauls, what doesn't haul, right?
My time at Beaver County, our road use policy was around number of vehicles per day. It didn't matter what size a vehicle was. If you were hauling in excess of 4 vehicles in a 2-hour period or 8 vehicles a day, you required a road use agreement.
Yeah.
It's a different way of looking at it. It didn't matter what you were doing, you just looked at the traffic. But we weren't requiring as much bond. It required a lot of enforcement because we were making sure that people were actually abiding by that rule.
Well, anything that you put there, you gotta be prepared.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we can bring some proposed amendments forward to council to consider, look at the volume of the road, the frequency on the road. looking at a cap of a cap amount. I think that would answer a lot of the questions that we've received, that council's received. The only other question that we've been asked about is the dust control requirements on gravel. For the terms, as council discussed last August, under the terms of the road use agreement, they are required to provide dust abatement from their source to when they leave the county road network, so when they reach the highway or the county border. Does council wish to continue that process, or do you only want to require dust abatement in front of residents, commercial, occupied residents, occupied commercial, potentially, approaching major intersections? Or is there a traffic volume amount that you want to consider requiring dust abatement?
Before they do dust abatement?
Yeah, so if they're only, if they're only going down that road once per week or once per month, are they gonna be required to provide dust control? Or is it 1 load per day, 4 loads per day?
Yeah,
Well, what type of dust control?
so like you said, the water or.
So right now they're allowed to use water, calcium. There has been a couple that have tried alternative oil-based products that are longer term. With Epcor, they were using MG30 last year. Previously, they've been using calcium. We don't say you have to use this product. You have to use a dust abatement product. So some tend, if they're short duration, they'll just use water. If they're longer duration, they'll use calcium.
So with our amendments, can we, under that cap amount, can we put dust abatement requirements? Because like you said, if you're doing a gravel haul, because this is kind of, right now, we're blanketing. If we're doing a gravel haul, you pretty much want water or something on there constantly every day. But if this guy's only hauling oil once every week or month, how much abatement do you really need?
I think if we need one for gravel hauls and we need one for
Multi-use agreement.
yeah, tankers and stuff, because the gravel haul will have 100 loads a day in here. This guy's gonna be once every 6 weeks, or the batteries replaced. I can't remember the last time I've seen a truck, so.
Yeah, so if you put a requirement, a dust abatement requirement of a threshold amount per day, then that's when it's required. If you're hauling less than once per day, that's no more than your neighbor driving by your yard. But if you're hauling more than once per day, then you're causing an impact to that.
Yeah.
So we can bring forward a couple of options for council to consider.
So for that, hauling at 100%. Can individual companies apply for a permit?
You can get a permit as per load. It's an overweight permit.
Is that
That's separate to an RUA.
That used to be for years and years, I guess.
so?
Way
Is
back.
that provincial regulation?
No, that is for our roads. So you can call Road Daddy, you can get an overweight permit.
But I'm talking during the road bans.
You can apply. It's not to say that we will allow it. Any permit application that comes in as overweight is reviewed by my staff.
Because that would solve the problem, under those batteries or if you're hauling.
But you gotta get a permit every trip. So what happens with a mile west of a mile east of Britterheim to the railway tracks? We got a tanker company there that's bringing oil in, and they got that road bonded. They can go 100%. So what are we gonna do with them? Western Nashville.
That's a phone call every.
Well, and here too, the guys come at midnight. Who's gonna answer the phone to give them a permit? When they built the road.
Yeah,
That's what I'm getting at.
when they apply, we're usually not getting those calls until 6:37 in the morning. I don't know of any overloaded loads from Western Ashfield.
Overload would be, what it'd be is 100%. We got a 75% road ban.
Yeah.
So Western Asphalt has got trucks coming and going. We got the battery here. We got the battery up at Limestone tankers.
Yeah, I've never had any reports from Western Ashfield that we think they're overloaded. If
Because I think they got 100%. They can go 100% year round.
Western National, same thing.
Yeah, they got a half mile, not even a half mile road.
You're getting something, you know.
And they built the road there too, when, not them, but, Albacam built the road. In 1989, they built the road.
Okay, so then put that as part of one of the other amendments you want, so that if they did an upgrade to the road.
Yeah,
They keep their certain portion of it, maybe furniture is the wrong word, but I suggest. I don't know how to-
So we got some roads, we'll get a road down to the half mile on western asphalt, a mile and a half and the 2 miles over here. We don't let them haul from the batteries. We might as well not worry about putting the water at the river. You're not gonna let people get to their plants. Bye industry. Gotta make it, they paid for a road. Western Asphalt's got, in Albacam built the road there in 1989 up to the railway tracks. When they were building the plant site, the road was built because the contractor had hauled the gravel, did the plant site and the road.
Was aren't those exempt from the road?
That's,
yeah, so like, Rayville 202, does not get, a road ban. And as industry comes and the county improves the road networks using an offset money, the intention would be those roads will be built to a ban-free structure. As Councilor Royce said, that, yeah, like we can't, it would not be in the county's best interest to permit 100% just because they're industry integrating tax money, but if they pay for upgrading road to a surface or a structure that's not gonna fall apart. It's a win-win for us and win-win for
But
them.
it's, yeah, okay.
Now, I haven't gone through every development agreement with every industry. I don't know whether Western Asphalt does have an exemption. I have never issued them an exemption all 100%.
that thing, that road, it stays at 100 up to the railway tracks.
So I can look into that.
Well, was it always on that side?
No, that's 202, well, yeah, but they don't take loads on the east, on the west road, they go on the pavement.
Western side is all
Yeah.
emergency access.
Okay,
We did gravel over there, that's different, but there's Western Asphalt, we got, Tamarack here with 2 batteries, we got the guys up at Limestone, Cody was building the road for them for, what, a month and a half last year, so they could haul loads to the highway.
So one of the things that we need to be conscious of is that the deposit is intended to ensure that the road will be rebuilt regardless of who built it, regardless of who paid for it. So if the road is damaged, it requires and it needs to be fixed. Presumably the one causing the damage is the one who fixes it or pays the cost of fixing it. So I'm not sure how much who built the road and who paid to build the road should come into play in your deliberations, but it's entirely your decision.
So now we can put a road ban on 195 between the 2 highways and shut Pioneer down.
So that would be, this exemption.
Or is Pioneer agricultural?
yep,
So under the terms of the road use agreement, agriculture is not required, although that is a decision of council, that is not a provincial requirement. Council can change that at any time. There's very limited exemptions under the Traffic Safety Act. For fertilizer, for pregnant mare manure, potable water. There's very limited amounts of what is actually exempt that we can't enforce, anything lower than that.
So that would give you enough right there.
Do you want to put a bullet that says exemption?
You could-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exemption / fine print.
I think that would be enough that we can bring forward some proposals.
Exemptions of road bans, that's what we're going for, right?
Yeah, that's what this whole thing is about, so.
So a little more than the exemptions. For road bans.
Okay,
Okay, who wants to put that up?
Make a motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to bring forward proposed amendments to the road use agreement as follows. Volumes on roads, frequency of roads, or frequency on roads, sorry. Cap amounts, dust abatement requirements, all during road ban requirements and exemptions during road bans.
I thought we were gonna go with two different aggregate and oil is different because oil's not as often. Or not. Or less.
Well, I think that's what can cover, because your amount of frequencies are on it, your amount.
You got everything there, I think. He'll bring you back and you'll have a chance to go through it once more. All in favor? Gary.
So, Mr. Chair, February 11th, council meeting, a motion was made regarding bringing forward some parameters for review of the Public Works Department. Operations on February 25th, council provided some direction in committee of the whole to narrow the scope to some priority areas. And today, Mr. Boyle and Mr. Farmer are here to present back to you the overview of what we understood to direct. And if it is your wish, then you may approve the terms of reference for the Public Works Department review and direct administration to issue a request for proposals. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Kronsky. So yeah, so just, maybe one little additional piece of information in here. Council did recognize, at those sessions that the scope and the operational impact of the Public Works review will require a budget amendment prior to setting the tax rate, and will most likely result in an amendment to the 2025 to 2027 business plan. It's also possible that this review may not be completed prior to the general municipal election. So attached on page 51 is the draft terms of reference that will be attached to the final RFP document and sent to potential consultants and posted on the Alberta Purchasing Connection, APC. Overall, there was not a lot of change to the top portion of the section on page 51. This is a little bit of history of Public Works and what council is looking for. The lower portion, where you see defining project objectives. So the bottom half of page 51 and the top half of page 52 are the shortened version of the objectives from the February 25th meeting. And then we added a little section on the bottom for submission evaluation as to what the valuation of those proposals will be. So the recommendation is on page 49, and that was to Lamont County Council approve the terms of reference for the Public Works Department review as presented, and direct administration to issue a request for proposals for a consultant to perform the review. So Mr. Farmer and I are here available for any additional questions the council may have, or any amendments that council may want to bring forward to this.
Well, it's come forward to us the first time, and then last meeting, they were saying it cost anywhere from 50 to 70 grand. I changed my mind on having a contractor come in here and do it. I'm not gonna spend 70 grand to tell us how many people at Public Works today, do you know?
It's actually,
Yeah.
so we've got 27.5 positions. Those are full-time and another up to 19 seasonals through the course of the year.
So we got a bunch of seasonal right now, so what do we have at work today?
Something less than 50.
Yeah, the count on Thursday of last week was 37 people, not counting the girls in the front of Public Works.
That sounds reasonable, and then there would be additional that would be brought in through the summer seasonal program.
So that was what, 37 you said? for-
Yeah, on, pardon me, sorry.
So overall, there's a full-time staff complement of 27.5 positions and 19 seasonals.
On March 4th, there were 37, not counting the girls in the front, so there's a couple, 3 girls.
What's the source of your number?
Yeah.
A drone.
It's wrong.
You know, I don't give my sources away. We had a drainage crew, we had seasonal that is still here, never got laid off, they built a bathroom to November, December, it's still here. So that's full-time position now changed into. That's the kind of stuff we were looking at, and then when I seen the figures at the last meeting, over 50 grand, do a study, I think, I'm not spending 50 grand to do a study.
Administration brought this back, based on the fact that, there's a motion, February 25th that said Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to prepare a report for council based on the amended terms of reference for future council meeting. So this is the amended terms of reference. Council wishes to amend this or to, defeat the recommendation. Yeah.
It was a good idea to bring somebody in. I thought council will hire somebody so it's not biased, and then I didn't expect 50 to 70 grand. Definitely not gonna be putting my hand up to spend that kind of money to see, to get somebody, hire somebody that, do a walkthrough and have an evaluation, and we'll get a pretty good report.
I think we have a motion, and, you know, the one is to defeat it. At this point in time, I think it's defeated, is it not?
Which,
Well, unless you guys wanna spend 50 grand.
Right here on the page, on page 49. That's what we recommended, whatever council.
That you want to read it?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it words,
Have to write it up.
okay. The Lamont County Council defeat resolution 2025-0 -101. That Lamont County Council direct administration to conduct an internal review on the Public Works Department to ensure that department is operating effectively and efficiently.
okay,
So the first time you said
defeat is that
second
one,
time you said direct,
yeah,
you read it.
which do you want?
This motion.
Well, we can hear right here the.
Oh.
Just rescind it.
Sorry, that was my.
I read what's on the board. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll read it again. Good catch, right? I didn't,
Thank you.
I heard that, I just.
well, I'm having a hard time reading that on that color, right?
Yeah,
That was done at committee of the whole though, so
Oh,
The best way to do this would be to make the somebody move the recommendation.
And then
And then
defeat it, yes.
So
That's what I thought you were
would be
doing.
the most effective way to.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were doing.
Don't say the rescind part, just.
Just,
So, say move the
just
motion.
make the motion, that's it.
page 49 of your
Yeah.
document.
Yeah.
Make a
Yes.
motion and it'll be defeated, if that's your.
Yes.
That's it here now.
Yeah.
The Lamont County Council approved the terms of reference for the Public Works Department review as presented and direct administration to issue a request for proposal, RFP, for a consultant to perform the review.
All in favor? Yes. 4-0 defeat.
Agenda package. The acquisition of a frontline engine was approved in the 2025 budget, owing in large part to the aging of our fleet. Chief Moore is here to present request for decision, which sees us working consistent with your procurement policy.
So in front of you, I have a request for a decision, for, a frontline engine. We put out for bids, for a replacement engine. We received, 5 bids from, 3 different companies. One of the proposals did not meet spec, so it's been removed but left in just for transparency and accountability. On page 55, you can see the proponents that are provided. There has been a change to company B's proposal. As per advice with Mr. Boyko, I reached out to the company this morning and that truck was sold this morning. One of the reasons is our recommendation is that the apparatus already be in Canada to avoid American dollar concerns and any tariff concerns. Additionally, there was tariffs added to steel and aluminum again this morning that doubled the tariffs to 50% this morning. So my recommendation is that we secure an apparatus that is already in Canada. Of those apparatus that are already in Canada, company B's proposal meets our requirements, is available. The one that we had in front of you shows 30 days. That one has been sold, but we do have the availability if we so choose to have an apparatus that would be finished and completed, ready for delivery in mid-November of 2025. So that is
Same price.
same price, yeah, same unit.
644?
644,
Is that built in Canada?
correct.
Is that the one from Quebec? Yes. I thought those were junk called levers and everything were all rattling and nobody liked operating those units.
So the company in Quebec has been purchased by Pierce, which is owned by Oshkosh. And is now a Maxi Metal Pierce company.
So what upfitting would we have to do?
So
Stick on the door.
stickers on the
Oh,
doors
that's all that.
and applicate, and we install one of our radios.
There's no customization, so it's supposed to come. This bumper,
It's a pumper tender. It actually is a 1400 imperial gallon truck with a full-size pump on it.
Well, just so we clarify, this will go down a gravel road and this will be
Yeah.
okay. That's right.
Yeah, it's built on the same M2 frames.
That's
chassis
a
that we put in.
2-door or 4-door?
4-door,
4-door.
yeah,
And it's a single axle,
single axle,
four-wheel drive? Or
no,
two-wheel
two-wheel drive.
Under the grill.
Correct. 100.
Little over 6 cubes, eh?
What, make a chassis, quite liner?
And because it's already been in Canada, it's a Detroit DD8.
Detroit?
It's almost a $60,000 cheaper than the next proposal.
Correct. And
Right.
some,
719.
And 14 months sooner.
Yeah.
and all the proposals received from trucks that are not in Canada have a big asterisk on them.
Yeah.
With the price of everything and all availability and these tariffs and everything, now it might be a good time for the government maybe to give us a little extension on how long we can keep trucks. Use the service, maybe it's time
I
they,
think that, should be, rough go to the RMA.
they said they were looking at it, but at the last RMA.
Yeah.
But with the price of everything here, they don't want, they're cutting their money now with. We're not gonna, there's gonna be no government money coming, I'll guarantee you that, out of all the cutbacks.
Mr. Chair, maybe you're gonna get a race this when we meet with the Minister of Affairs.
Right.
Almost under the understanding that maybe we should purchase this one just because this might be the last one we can actually afford. By the time all tariffs, everything started coming
What
through.
is the recommendation?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm
And-
saying.
When I entered the room at 10:30 this morning, it was available.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens in the next hour.
So now you could buy for the same price,
Correct. Yeah,
644?
yes, because it's in Canada, the components have already started on the line.
Oh,
It's in
okay.
production. Cabin chassis is here. The metal has all been secured and they're just waiting for it to run down the line.
Okay, so when would delivery be?
Mid-November. We get one, if they lie, we'll know if we can get one or not.
Please pass it, and if we can't, we'll let you know. That'll be quicker.
You'll call right away. Yeah, as soon as you approve it, I can provide a PO. That's for Mr. Wickle.
I'll make a motion that Lamont County Direct Administration proceed with the purchase of unit proposed by Company B for the total price of $644,759.
Favor? Carry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right now.
Request for Andrew Rural Academy Charter School.
So, Mr. Chair, back on January 14th, representatives from the organization were here. We responded to that on January 14th. Sorry, sorry, we were here on January 14th. On January 28th, the council direction was to refer the matter to a meeting once the Andrew Rural Academy had received their charter. You have in your package on page 62 a letter that indicates that the Andrew Rural Academy Foundation has received notification through the Minister of Education, Demetrius Nicolaides, that they have received conditional approval of the charter. You'll see in the report that that does not constitute approval of the capital funds at this time, and that the charter approval will expire if they're unable to commence school operations by the fall of 2026. As you know, the organization's intention is to initiate operations this year in September. The letter from the minister indicates that there is some work to do. I have that summarized here in the letter somewhere. The work that they needed to do had to do with putting in place a board, putting in place a superintendent, providing proof that the building complies with municipal zoning bylaws and all applicable municipal provincial health, safety, fire, and building standards. And the school must have at least the number of students that is required to ensure the program offered by the charter school is educational and financially viable. As I said before, appoint a superintendent, appoint a secretary, treasurer. And then, while I have not included any in here because I didn't think it was necessary to review it in that kind of detail, there's also a public charter school handbook that provides a list of tasks that need to be completed prior to the school's first operational day. So, given that they received the approval of their charter, granted it is conditional, this is being brought back. The document on page 58 presents the same background information that was presented back in January 28th, as well as the various options that were conceived. The legislative history has been updated on page 60. A previous council direction, I guess, would be accurate. The recommendation remains the same, and that is that the Lamont County Council direct administration to provide program information and advise the Alberta Rural Academy delegation to make application to the community sponsorship program immediately, and or the community halls and transportation grants program by the intake deadline. That is unlikely to be able to provide them the estimated $50,000 that they kind of requested. In general terms, our community services grants program has about $88,000 in it. And over the course of the last couple of years, we have approved about round numbers 50,000. So there may be about $35,000 left if you assume that applications will be made in the same volumes as in prior years. I don't know how significantly to reflect that the approval is conditional. And I cannot say with any certainty where the charter school is at with all of the various requirements reflected by the minister in the letter and on the charter school handbook. So one of the other adjustments that I made to this report and bringing it back was identifying an alternative whereby council, on bottom of page 60, whereby council may wish to re-engage with the Andrew Rural Academy charter schools to understand their projected enrollments, progress against the requirements in the ministerial letter and the charter handbook. I know in passing discussion with the Reeve yesterday, he was wondering whether it would be appropriate for us to ask them for their budget projections. So, for their budget projections. So I guess you can move quickly or you can move slowly. It's up to you, the level of comfort you have with the letter that provides conditional approval. Again, providing a $50,000 grant is not within the current budget, but could be with the budget amendment. You could provide a lesser amount of money now with some confidence, something perhaps in the area of 25 to 30 and remain within the budget. Or you can call them and ask them to provide you more information with regards to enrollments, perhaps budget, progress against the requirements of the ministerial letter and the handbook. I do know that there are some Lamont County residents from as far off as Bruderheim that are considering enrolling their kids in the Andrew Charter School. So there is a fair amount of interest. How much interest, I can't tell you.
Do they still have 85 kids that they said they had?
Do not know.
Do they, what's Elk Island and Mundare gonna do to this one?
From what I understand, the Mundare STEM program is starting only at kindergarten, so I don't expect that it would have a direct impact, at least not in the immediate term.
I think having them come to a council meeting with updated information would be a good starting point.
Yeah. So do we stick with the recommended motion and then,
Well, the recommended motion would have you give him an avenue to get money.
yeah,
The alternative motion would have them come and provide you some element of confidence or comfort.
so we'll be all clear.
You're not saying no,
No, we
you're
just
not
have more
saying yes
information.
either, right?
Yeah.
So if it's your wish, we can have Ms. Benoit craft something that looks like the alternative recommendation. Make it your own.
Yeah.
Anybody go to open house? Was there a lot of people there? I didn't make it.
Yeah, there were a lot of people there. For a good part of the day, there were,
Oh, was it all day kind of open house?
I think it's from 2 to 7 or something. Yeah. No, it was-
Maybe some 65.
Yes, they got.
2 or 85.
Oh, it's gonna be more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming and going, but
So they have 200.
200?
yeah, there were a lot of people there.
Yeah, I think if we just get a little more information from what we need to make, then,
Well, I'm not denying it at all.
no,
Well, I think it's a good thing, but I don't wanna give something that might quit.
Yeah, well, that's where
That's
there's,
up to you.
We're looking after the ratepayers' money, we gotta make sure they're solid.
You know, that's not $2,000 then.
no.
We'll make every effort to have that out on April first.
Yeah. I can,
You can.
I can.
Also, direct administration to invite representatives. The Andrew Rural Academy. Charter School. Understand. Is that right?
Yeah. Are you making a motion or are you calling?
No, I'll just reading it.
Want to make it here, Lamont County Council Direct Administration to invite representatives of the Andrew Rural Academy Charter School to understand their projected enrollments, progress against the requirements in this serial letter and charter handbook. My screen's hard to read, I don't know why.
Yeah. It's not bright enough, or the letters on dark enough. Yeah, more, yeah, oh, that's what it is.
It's like this receipts you get,
Yeah.
paid in your wallet.
Maybe we should all eat a few more carrots.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries. 4-0.
Yes, the other one could be discussed.
That's it for the lunch here.
Oh, this one, after, come on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Will we have lunch? Maybe we can get a copy of gravel haulers,
We've made copies on it.
Okay, we'll break, we'll be back at
Lunch here? It is, sorry.
12:45, 45 minutes for lunch. How's that sound?
That microphone is on. Video is on.
Hey, we'll call this meeting back to order.
Seven about 10, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, 7:11. Yeah. Actually, yeah. So the follow-up action list starts on page 65. Progress. Where possible, we've assigned deadlines or expected dates that we bring forward. Happy to answer any of your questions. Please use the index number on the website.
See, like some of these purchases that are. You have number 21. The Lamont County Council approved the purchase of the 2025 Honda. Two,
So it says complete, that means it's now been delivered,
okay,
and we always show an item. Once it's complete, we always show it once and then it falls off the list.
okay, yeah, okay, so then you have number 25, the same thing. You have the chassis.
Number 25 still shows ongoing,
Yeah.
so it's still on order.
That would be the same as our graders will be on here too or some, and
No.
they're on their way or they're
The
delivered.
graders have been delivered, a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so they won't be on here. Oh, yeah, it's completed, it's 35, so. We have them in the shop or they're just delivered to,
They were delivered, a few weeks ago, we've gone through, I know. And we're working to, we cleaned up the ones that we're replacing, and then we're going through and we'll be bringing an item either to April 1st or April 15th, of which grade we recommended disposal.
Do we rotate them if we have extra spare graders, so?
Yeah, so we've, right now we have 14 graders because we just had a few delivered. We are recommending 2 spares as been past practice. And we will, recommend 2 graders that are out of warranty. Hopefully within the next 2 years, we'll have all of our graders back under warranty, under a 7-year, 10,000.
Okay, that's what the new ones are now.
All of our graders are now ordered with a 7-year, 10,000 hour warranty.
Somebody asked me about that, and I thought it was, it's for 7 years. Yeah. Those are 40 hours. Any questions?
Yeah, I don't see the pump here for the Heartland, Bill, orange.
So that was a capital project in 2024 that's been carried forward. So it doesn't show up on here, it shows up under our capital projects.
So we first try it, and you'll presumably you'll see the status.
We better add on their landscaping at the truck bill. If we get a dry spell this summer, we better get it done.
Anything else? Not, can we have a more?
Well, what are we doing with that pump? Now that you got it fresh in your mind, what's happening? We'll have it before April?
So when we worked with our contractors, we had a plan in place. We ran into an issue on how to properly install it, went back to the engineers who originally built that. We're trying to work with them to ensure that what we do is not going to have any adverse effects on the building itself.
Yeah, the guys were loading on beside the 2 inch there, they were parking kind of on the ditch side. Are we putting some there so they can't wreck the shoulder of the road first?
We've actually been in talks with Strathcona County. We've got a couple of options. The best option would actually be to raise up the height of the main fill on the south side, so they can fit under there. The second option, because those trucks aren't able to fit underneath, would be to build out that east side. But obviously, having them at the larger fill would be a preferred option. So we're working with Strathcona to try and figure out how we can raise that pipe up and allow them to fit.
They're filling beside and just wrecking the shoulder of the road, and then, you know, it's gonna happen, the post will lean, and then we're gonna have big troubles in there. Those trucks aren't made to go in there. I mean, the road's not made for trucks that size to be going in there.
Okay, that's it. Next up, we need to move. Follow-up action, this as.
The Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action plan item report for March 11th, 2025 as information.
Favor? Zero. 4-0. Okay, the next is,
But do we get a copy of for the gravel truck haul? I've been getting lots of calls, a lot of calls on the amount of trucks we got now. They hired, there's we got one truck per county resident, second truck per county resident, one truck per non-resident taxpayer, second truck per non-resident taxpayer, one truck per urban resident, second truck per urban resident, and then G, the non-resident, non-taxpayer, we got a truck, maybe 2 now that's hired, that's but nothing in the county of Strathcona. And the trucks were waiting to load and to unload. They put a second loader, now the cat, the odd time they're waiting, but they're gonna be going on shorter haul. And we don't need the truck, and I've been getting lots of calls here that we gotta do something with the policy in general. So we won't have time to get the policy looked at, but I'm gonna ask for it to come to another meeting, but I'm going to make a motion that G, we discontinue with G for the rest of this job, as we're gonna be all in the St. Michael and Andrew. Gonna be a close haul, the trucks are gonna be sitting in the pit looking at each other, we don't need no extra trucks.
what's this, G?
Non-resident,
The non-resident, non-taxpayer?
Yeah.
So for our gravel haul this year, we have we've 16 trucks registered through 8 or 9 different 8 county residents, and on urban we also have one that falls under that G classification. Have been hauling for 3 days. We hauled to Lamont, we've been hauling to Mundare. We should be done in Mundare by the end of the week, and we're gonna be hauling to St. Michael. So by the end of next week, we should be hauling to Daniluk to finish up. As we get closer, our plan is to take our trucks off, 3 trucks off the haul and start stockpiling clay. to the east side of the county to minimize calls during the summer to that area. And then as we don't require trucks, we will turn them back in the same reverse order to ensure that there's, if we only need 8 trucks, it's only county residents that are hauling. And if we only need 6 trucks, each county resident is supplying 1 truck. So no one's getting unfairly advantaged.
Probably, and I know, we got some calls, I got some calls, and I don't know who else got calls, but for the same ones, and they're saying it doesn't make sense, we're taking non-resident, non-taxpayers, and there's, on ratepayers, taxpayers, it says two per contractor. They're hoping that we'll go over the policy and change it that 3 and then 4 if needed. And cause they said, what is the non-residents not buying fuel and the county's not doing nothing here, so. And they said when we get to the shorter haul, as it is in Mundare, they're the cat's barely keeping up. The days before they were sitting waiting to load, and then another truck shows up, so. I know you got any calls, Roy?
I did get a couple of calls, I mean, we've changed this policy about 3 times, eh? And I think that we review it once more, and when they have the pre-job meeting or whatever, get them to decide where they want us to go, because I hauled gravel in 45 years ago, and the issues were the same then as they are now. But yeah.
What were the issues?
Well, it's order, the number of trips you get, and
But never nothing about order.
No, I know we had issues a couple years ago when we've straightened it up, so the order of the haul is set.
that was just a general remark over the 4 decades or something, but
Right,
you know,
but okay, here's a question. Does each trucker have a limit of 75,000?
yeah.
Or
I think they have
if
to,
he has 2 trucks,
Yeah.
it's split between the 2,
so it's what you call the 3750 or whatever it is.
yeah.
Okay.
So we had a couple instances last year. Sorry, not last year, 2 years ago, we had a couple of contractors supply 2 trucks, they hit that 7,000 maximum, so they couldn't haul anymore. I think we had a couple that were closed last year, but they didn't go over. Any single owner operator is not gonna hit that, but if you have 2 trucks on there, there's a chance.
Yeah. So I can't see what the problem is here. You put on, okay, so they put on 2 trucks, you can put the 3rd truck on too.
Well, no,
Because that's what I'm getting at.
and it defaults to G, and if you don't get multiple Gs applying, then you could go back and ask for more, that's.
Well, and that's, I said they wanna do it that, instead of 2nd truck, like Cody's got 5, Trevor's got 3, other guys have.
So when you put unlimited,
No, but,
or you do
yeah.
for
But it's been-
2 and for 3 and 4, you have to do for every number, eh?
well, it's better than having a non-resident that has absolutely no ties to the county. We got, we've been asking for the last 3 years, when we haul gravel, you follow the number. If number 8 got the last load on Monday, number 9 started in the morning, there was no racing. The guys come to the pit knowing if they're loading last. So now, when I'm on there, the first 6 trucks get an extra trip. The first 6 trucks get 6 trips, the rest get 5. And that's a different, they should be following number, and they always ask to have the loose gravel moved to the side, then you're not knocking headlights and windshields and dust and washboard. But that doesn't seem to happen, and anyway, what I'm getting at is the non-resident non-taxpayer when, we got ratepayers that, like Cody has and Trevor has, and I don't know who else has a third truck.
So is
And
your desire that the item G, 3G be removed, or is it your desire that it should be one truck per county, second truck per county, third truck per county resident before first truck per?
then he to be removed and then we'll have a G of a third truck per county resident and then a fourth one and. But that in the summer, in the summer, we usually have enough trucks that we won't get there just now. Now, and the guy said they're sitting in the pit waiting and we get to St. Michael, it's gonna be even a closer haul and then that looks even worse. They're gonna be sitting looking at each other and they hired more trucks, so.
We just hired one here.
So is the point.
Well, okay, I understand that point. Okay, so just erase that one and have.
But I hear it's also add third truck county, third truck.
Yeah, we won't need it this year because they're already done it.
We're developing the policy.
Yeah, and then so go to third ratepayer, then fourth ratepayer one.
Yeah, go through truck for each for right now.
Well,
that
not
covers our
for the
bases.
ratepayers, not a non-resident, like there's number E is a urban resident that has no, he's not a ratepayer, nothing, he just lives in Lamont, pays taxes in Lamont. So you don't want a second truck there, just
The third truck for county resident, and then third truck for non-resident taxpayer, and
Yeah.
that's it.
and then fourth for A and C, and then we get rid of B.
In the past, we couldn't get enough truck drivers. That's why this policy was made like.
You know, just halfway through the summer, everybody take off and go hard for.
Yeah, or either that, or they had, they were hauling it down or someplace else, eh?
This is the first time we hired a non-resident, taxpayer.
Well, so I got a question for you, because I don't know this for history, if I need to know. So why did we even draft the policy? Like, why was this policy even drafted? Because honestly, and in my opinion only, I mean, the county is a business. And if I have to go outside of the county to get people to be able to show up to do these jobs, that's where I'm going.
Well, I think we did that one year.
Before
I got a council.
Other companies coming in and having road issues, having injuries and whatever else, but that's what they have insurance for.
Yeah, we, insurance, you lose your kid at a stop sign or something, insurance is not gonna help you. Cash over a kid, but they did it out for 1 year.
Yeah.
And the guys come, they were flying, they had no respect for stop signs. It was,
Well, I'm just saying, you know what, we had the same ones last year, Neil. We had our own guys blowing intersections, driving down the wrong roads. So why do we even have the policy? Because our own guys aren't following it.
well, and that's what we had for speed and I was questioned because I brought it up right at the beginning and I was getting calls from ratepayers and windshields and headlights. And even some ratepayers with the trucks, the one guy got 3 rocks for a county truck, so I phoned the peace officer. Cause it's a speeding issue, so I phoned the peace officer and I said, just slow everybody down to 60K. And then another thing, they used to, when Gerald was here, we moved the loose gravel to the side. You didn't have dust, you didn't have rocks flying, you didn't have washboard. But so
that doesn't pertain to anything of this. So every comment you just said doesn't pertain to 5108 at all. What you just said was, our own guys aren't following our policy. So it wouldn't be, if we got rid of this, we could hire anybody to come in and do it because they all have the same parameters they have to follow for road agreements, or for road use. Everybody has to follow the same thing. You slow down, you don't speed, you don't blow intersections, you stay on the same road. But our guys here as ratepayers, so we're making more provisions. And they're still doing outside of everything we give them as guidelines.
yeah, but who were the call, which trucks were called on?
Okay, just hold it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
respectfully, Councilor Witt, we have been monitoring the speed of our staff vehicles. We haven't seen anything over 82. So people are perceiving the speed to be, we haven't seen.
Right.
We are also monitoring the speed of the third party providers. I haven't gotten a full report on that, but generally speaking,
Generally speaking,
We
we're
had
not
one, we had a talk.
Yeah. We had issued a directive to all of our haulers, both contractors and internal. On the haul road from Highway 45 north to the pit, they're not to exceed 60 kilometers per hour. Within the first hour, the first morning there was an issue, we corrected it, and the speeds of, 59 to 61 is what they're doing. Our contractors, they're, 106, 107 on the highway, but on the haul road, they're down to 60.
We had right off the bat, though, they were going 80 and leaving cars. That girl, she goes to farm credit every morning, down the road, Choco's daughter. Her windshield is completely displaced, all the trucks are coming in the morning. They're coming in quick.
So the one thing I feel compelled to raise is we can bring forward an amendment to the policy to add a third county resident, third county taxpayer, non-resident, fourth county resident, fourth non-resident taxpayer. We do that, but we may find ourselves maxing out with these folks at $75,000 each. And in order for us to pay somebody more than 75,000, we need to take a fundamentally different approach to this procurement. And we would be unable to limit it to county resident, non-resident taxpayer. It would have to be a free and open procurement in accordance with the US partnership. So that's why this policy emerged.
Right now, they didn't need the extra trucks, they were sitting waiting to load is what got everybody's spur up. They were sitting waiting to load, and it's gonna get worse when we get on the short haul. And it was, St. Michael's tight, you're gonna be waiting to watch each other dump. And they're saying, why would you hire a non-resident, non-taxpayer is the problem.
So is this the resolution that you would like, or would you just simply like to remove Article G, full stop there?
For right now.
Just remove Article G and not add third truck fourth.
Well, we gotta go over, and I think Dave should be here, he got a few suggestions too, so.
Okay, so just hang on a second though. Now, if we remove Article G, that means we're getting one less truck as we're standing here. Do we have enough to make sure that this haul is finished with what?
Yes, our intention, we were pulling our 3 trucks, internal trucks off next week. And if we are backing up the pit, then we would start, kicking trucks off in reverse order.
Okay, so this isn't gonna hinder us in finishing our job.
Even at 60 kilometers per hour.
Yes, we're right now with this truck and with all of the county trucks contractors, we're maybe seeing a 3-minute delay in the pit, so they're spaced out evenly. As Mr. Cowboy has said, when we move up to St. Michael, we may only need 8 or 9 trucks out there, because if too many trucks, now they're waiting and no one's making any money.
And they'll be the same in Danwoods, it's gonna be a close haul.
So, okay, so remove that G, right? And then as you're gonna pull our 3 trucks off.
Yeah, our trucks will be pulled off to stockpile clay, and then as we get, delays, then we'll start from moving trucks.
Okay, you have that one. So Councilor Wise, take the blue away, is that what you want?
Yeah, I'll put that on there and then, we'll work on it later.
I'll have to make a motion, we come back, visit this before the beginning of next year, try to do your budget.
Yeah. Break back before budget.
Yep.
Read that out.
Yeah, it should be so taken there, Paul.
Before,
Next budget, so 2026 budget, I guess it'll be great.
Yeah.
Then you would go. Lamont County Council direct administration to bring forward amendment to truckers gravel hauling contract policy 5108.22 to remove Article G, 3G, non-resident, non-taxpayer, and bring back the policy before 2026 budget meeting.
Okay, all in favor?
And the yard loading
where they were cut in order when they were cut off
No.
the 84?
No, so the first 6 trucks, if you know who that is, Lloyd's from 2, it's the same guys come racing in the morning. And they're, so by the end of the week, they're gonna have 30 extras. First 6 trucks.
Which is right, what you're
This is
saying, or-
the first I've heard of it.
They're not
Yeah,
following.
I thought we had a routine.
And that's what we had set up, is
Yeah.
a rotation and then.
That's
that
what it used
rotation
to be all.
goes-
So number 8 loads last on Monday, number 8 got the last load, number 9 loads first in the morning. Then you know your number 19, you can come half an hour later. Then everybody flies to the pit in the morning to be first. And so Shulkin's daughter is going.
At the end of the all year, only one load out.
That's right.
Top to bottom.
We'll check into this and let you know.
And here by the first 6 trucks will have 30 trips more than everybody else by the end of 5 days.
They're gonna look into it.
Yeah.
For that, okay,
They will get speeding in the Rossland.
yeah, next on the.
Okay, I need a map of, so we're on 713.
Yes.
Some of the locals around Andrew, the farmers are asking if I ever hauled a load of grain down the Wastock Road and around the Danlock pit. They're saying we're gonna have no road there. What roads are we using to haul to Danlock's pit? And then what roads are we gonna use to haul out of Danlock's pit? They're saying Danlock's pit is the wrong place. We're gonna have none of that oil left then. And that's when locals that are hauling grain and stuff down there, and they've been longtime residents, so.
So all the material coming in, be using the same haul road down to 164 and Highway 45. It'll be going west on Highway 45 to into 165. South a mile to 565 and then east into the download pit. And all material out will be going either straight west or if we need to go up around and then back down on 855.
Originally, when we were doing this, it was a winter haul.
Yeah.
And I thought, 165 hauling in winter is one thing, but hauling middle of March is another, eh?
Well, is that not oil? We're gonna be coming down from Highway 45.
First mile.
So it's gonna be, we got a cold week. After that, it's warming up again, so that's what the local are saying, that they're trying to save the oil, and then they said after, which way are you gonna go in the summer with the gravel? He said, do you ever haul grain down the Wastock Road? The guy says he goes with a pickup 2 tiny tanks and it's soft all the way from the Murskies to Andrew. I've never went loaded that way, so. But they're, they like, what are you doing? So. And how are you gonna get the gravel out? That's what I'm asking, so I can tell.
Another thing was, they didn't want it backhauled anywhere, so what's the plan?
Yeah.
No backhauling yet, haul it in winter, so I don't know.
I know the spot would have been Highway 29 and one there, Andrew Road and 29 right in that corner would have been ideal, so that way
We brought a report, was it 1 meeting ago or 2 meetings ago?
Yeah, no, I know, but that was.
Another exact date, we showed you that there was minimal back.
Yeah.
And we showed you the cost of leasing the land was prohibitive.
Well, that one was, usually you get it for $1,000 an acre, three grand for 3 acres for the whole year. I don't know where the figure came, I don't, it's not you guys, I don't know where he come up with that figure, so. Just saying. So then we coming out straight west is 565 west, right?
Yes.
Okay, 164 north and then we lost that road at 45. Okay. 245. Okay.
About 164.
No, 165.
Yeah.
165.
165 is the oil. I thought you said at the last meeting, we would be going, if we gotta go north. Oh, it'll be,
Wow. Was that what it is? Little 170 in the north? Behind the hill and whatever.
Yeah.
so 1 mile west is 170.
Yeah, not 164,
Okay.
170.
Okay. No No problem. All right. I'll tell them, they were just concerned because but they're supposed to use that oil road to come for coffee, whatever, so. Whatever they do in Andrew nowadays.
And so maybe that's where stockpiling should have started. You know, the road is more roads. Or instead of hauling to Madera.
Yeah, down the highway.
All right, that's fine, keep it.
Science it. Okay, you got it?
Yeah, that's it, yeah, good. Oh, where is that? Lamont County Council accept the report on stockpile, Dan looks pit as information.
Favor?
Yeah.
One county moving to, regular council meeting to, meeting the whole.
I move that the Lamont County Council move the March 11th, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 1:21 p.m.
Favor?
Meeting communication policy. Or two, zero two. Once, while Ms. Benoit has out, no, the report is out, I apologize. So this report, this policy rather was put into effect in May of 2023. And on February 25th, you directed staff to bring the report to the policy back for discussion. Go ahead.
We have attached the policy to this briefing note for the committee of the whole to review. The concept brought forward to bring back by council recently. Just a little background information was given to back in 2023 after a resident did not accept the answers administration could give the resident regarding an issue. And so the resident, he kept on asking the same questions that administration at that time could not answer. So this policy was brought forward to end communication about that particular topic with that resident and other residents that would have the same issue. Now, the leading factor towards this is that the administration is bound by Alberta occupational health and safety standards to protect employees against harassment. This is a major issue in a lot of employment situations that harassment can be single incidences or repeated incidents, like in our briefing note, describing our briefing note. It's the Occupational Health and Safety Act, section 1, so they made it very prominent. And we have repeated this also in briefing note on the current situation that the OHS Act, part 1, section 2, that the employer has to provide some safety functions then to prevent employees from harassment. So this is part of this policy that we're talking about. And It is good practices to review all policies from time to time, as council is doing.
Yes.
And also with health and safety, things change throughout time, so it's good to review this as well. But this is the current situation that we have here, and as to council discussion, council may choose to add a conflict resolution clause to the policy, which reviews the matter within a certain time frame. That's up to council.
The other alternative that Ms. Lamont has suggested to me is that if somebody feels that they have not been treated fairly, to refer them to the ombudsman, the office of the ombudsman.
Yeah.
And in fact, one of the individuals who received a ceasing communication letter did go to the office of the ombudsman. And they were found on 2 occasions, once just with the director's review, or once with just a cursory review, and the second time with the director's review. It was found by the ombudsman that the person was treated fairly. So that might be the best solution, is if somebody doesn't think that we're dealing with them fairly, send them to the provincial body that's responsible for ensuring that public administrations treat people fairly.
This is Ross Ford to council, and my opinion of harassment is totally different than somebody asking a question. Same question over and over. To me, I don't think that's harassment. Harassment, in my opinion, is different. Somebody threatening or yelling but somebody asking a question. The one Peter there, he every time they apply for a permit, the stuff he wants is not on there, so 10 permits, that should be 10 times he can ask the question, right? Cause every time, I'm wondering why it's not on there.
So this is a matter of ensuring that the record is straight. The individual that you're referring to has not been put on the ceasing communications list. We did send to him a copy of the policy and indicate to him that we tracked an interaction. But he has not, as he puts it, received strike 1. He has not received a letter that says staff will not communicate. That is what he has interpreted. A little later in the agenda, in the closed session meeting, we have item 12.4, which I will share with you in closed session the people who have received the ceasing communication. So that's just to set the record straight. Apparently, one of 2 things happened. I may have just taken, I may have just accepted when he or when you, Councillor Boyd, indicated that he was on the ceasing communication list and responded how I thought was correct, but I've gone back and checked. He does not have a ceasing communication letter on file. He received a copy of the agenda of the policy, and for lack of a better way of expressing it, a warning.
So we should have in the policy here too, the other way around, one of ratepayer. So ratepayer can report an employee if they're using language or whatever, or threatening. It should work both ways, this policy, not only one way.
We have a code of conduct for employees. And I imagine that there are people from time to time who advise councillors that they don't appreciate the way we dealt with.
There is always the opportunity for any ratepayer, if they feel harassed, to contact the upper ombudsman regarding this.
That's that same reverse way, yeah.
This doesn't have to be a policy, that is always an option to talk about.
Yeah, I have a question. Is there a time period when the person gets on that list or get letter for it to reset and you can
There is not, that's something the council could consider directing us to incorporate.
because they have it forever, and if they've got a different concern that's not related to the first, then you're.
Oh, but it's-
Over the ombudsman to get it.
No, but it says in here though. With county employees, the end communication with the residents on that particular topics of interest.
long as I was aware.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
When
that's, I
we-
mean, it's.
When we go into closed session, I'll share with you the, kind of the closing phrase of, the letter, which in many cases indicates you. If your issue is about this thing, if you'd like to come in to, apply for a development permit, make inquiries about your taxes or whatever other matters, please to help you. There's not about that any
Specific.
Yeah. That item you can address with us in writing.
Any item can be addressed in writing.
So who decides if they go on the list? So there's no place they can go and have an appeal if their name's on the list.
Yeah, the responsibilities lie with the CAO once there have been. There are three instances that have been tracked. As with all policies, there is often an element of judgment. It's like when somebody comes in and asks for a penalty on their taxes to be removed. That's a judgment element for council. Guidance. Are you finished?
Well, you said they got an option to go into the ombudsman, maybe we should put that in the policy so they know whenever you get a copy of the policy, then they know what they can do.
We can.
We better incorporate it in here, give them their options of what they can and can't do. Cause the staff and the CEO decide, and then they're screwed for the rest of their life until we better have something in there to let them know where they can and can't go.
We try to be reasonable. I think I mentioned to you in the last meeting that there was an individual who was the first to receive a cease and communications letter. And he approached us in a positive way, and we dealt with him. But then unfortunately, things went sideways again. Okay. You're working on the board? One county company. Committee of the whole direct administration to bring back the amendment ceasing communication policy 4202 as discussed. So at this point, I understand that you like the idea of incorporating the ombudsperson. Yeah.
Tell them their options.
Yeah. Very good. We can do that. All in favor? Yeah.
I make a motion that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the March 11th, 2025 regular council meeting at 1:33 p.m.
Director's reports. Mr. Chair, Ms. Irving is here with the director's report for services. It starts on page 82. Ms. Irving is starting second in terms of incorporating the visuals of the business plan into the report. We'll see how that works and see whether it catches on. At first glance, it feels pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm providing a report for December 2024 and January 2025. Given that that is the last month of the year, I also took some liberties to compare overall 2024 numbers and safety codes developments and subdivisions with 2023, so you guys get a bit of a feel for how last year compared to the year before. So I'm just gonna get right into the report itself, which starts on page 84. So you'll see under goal 1, we have some new initiatives that are starting in actually in this quarter, right, the first quarter. The first one is for economic development, which is a program enhancement around GIS mapping, including a business successes video and also a business and relocation guide. This work has been started, including at the end of 2024, we applied for a grant. We've heard favorable feedback on the grant, and we're just waiting for the federal government to pass their budget to get the official word for that grant. And luckily, it is under the $100,000 amount that requires approval by the government of Alberta under the new provincial requirements. So it's under that amount, and we're good. So we should be receiving that information shortly, and we'll start on some of that work. We did start reaching out to landowners ahead of the Canada Post postal rate increases to get a bunch of letters out to landowners to see who is interested as far as selling land ahead of some industry work this year. And so that's also started. In addition, our second corporate initiative is in regards to aligning our requirements and our website content, our processes, etc., with our other member municipalities of the Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association. This is a requirement for the grants for the water intake, the various water intake licenses. And so because of this, we are working with AIHA and have been attending meetings. Right now, it's mostly on air quality, which is very, very technical. And so hasn't been a whole lot of involvement from us, but as we move into some of the website work and some of the process coordination, that'll pick up toward the end of this year. So looking at our measures and indicators for goal 1, we look at our safety codes, activity levels. We do have a safety code contractor. So a lot of the work is done outside of the department. So in December 2024, we have 1 building permit, 2 electrical permits, 6 gas permits, and 1 plumbing permit. And in January 2025, we saw 5 building permits, 2 electrical permits, and 3 gas permits, and 1 plumbing permit.
Who's our contractor now?
It's the inspections group.
Sorry?
The inspections group.
No, anyone.
No, actually, the year before it was Superior. Yeah, and so in December, we actually had quite a bit of work trying to close out all the permits from Superior because you have a 1-year time frame. And so we did close down that contract fully. I think there's only a few more permits that we're still working on as they were issued very early last year. And so total safety codes permits for January to December of 2024 was 155. Whereas the year before it was 181. So that's about a 14% reduction that was performed by our contractors. I think that you'll recall our activity levels kind of go up and down where high development permit years usually follow with high safety code permit years. And so we will get right into some of the development permit numbers because I think that you'll see that our activities were quite high last year. Development permits. So for December 2024, we had 1, which was a farm office. And in January 2025, we had 4 development permits. I don't know why I didn't do an overall review the whole year. Oh my word. Okay. That was next one. Yes, but overall, I think our development permits levels were about 25% higher last year. Remember correctly? Oh, right. That's on the very last page. Yeah, so it was quite a bit of work last year, and we do expect more, safety codes permits, which we've already seen in January, they have started to tick up. So for housing starts, we didn't have any housing starts in December, we do have 2 new housing starts in January of 2025. We've seen 1 demolition for a net unit 71. And then in our total for 2024, just to kind of, for that understanding, compared to 2023, we had 14 housing starts in 2024 compared with 12 in 2023. And demolitions were the same, 3 each year, which means that net new units in 2023 was 11 versus 9 in, 2024 is 11 versus 9 in 2023. So we are seeing a little bit of an uptick. For subdivision activity, we had a lot of activity last year, about 47% increase, seeing 23 subdivisions compared to 16 a year before. In 2024, in December 2024, we received 3 subdivision applications. All of them included a yard site. 1 was in Division 2 and 2 were in Division 4. We had not received any in January. But looking at the distribution of yard sites in 2024, I thought maybe there would be some interest in this. So for the 19 different yard sites, there were 1 or 2 in Division 1, 8 in Division 2, 4 in Division 3, 4 in Division 4, and 1 in Division 5. So it really shows that Division 2 is seeing a lot of subdivision activity and a little bit of growth. And so we would expect to see some building permits come in relative to that kind of distribution this year.
Counselor.
Okay, under goal 2, which is the community feels safe and is afforded a good quality of life, we have 1 corporate initiative that we've added, and it just shows the kind of cadence of the work associated with the annual community hall and transportation grants. And so that has now kicked off as we are into March. We've started putting advertising on our website and in the paper. And we also kicked it off at the last council meeting. And so we ask any interested groups to reach out to community services if they have any questions regarding some of the on website forms. For measures and indicators regarding this goal, the FCSS programs are being rolled out in line with the FCSS work plan, which was formalized and accepted by the board in January. Looking at some of the highlights on the following page, they finalized that report. We've also kicked off the volunteer income tax program. So if folks need help with their taxes, we do have people available to help. And then upcoming volunteer appreciation events have been planned for April. And looking at our health programs, I believe that we have something new to add. Yes, we have a family literacy program, which has just kicked off at Andrew. And we've also received notice of approval for the New Horizons for Seniors grant, which will resurrect the Bone Up and Sleep Bingo. And so we're just waiting on that grant agreement. So there's good news in FCS. Goal 3, we started some work on the municipal planning commission processes. Right now, we have a bylaw that hasn't been looked at in quite a while. And so there's some opportunities aligning with the election to update the policies, procedures, and the bylaw itself relating to the municipal planning commission, just to kind of bring it into alignment with some recent legislative changes and whatnot, and just to have some good practices. So in addition to that, we're working with Ms. Benoit on the records management system, as we have a lot of records. So we are a key stakeholder in that process. For goal 4, there isn't a whole lot that we have as far as new initiatives or indicators. But I did note that the offsite levy report and offsite levies do contribute to our community assets, achieving the maximum life, and that is the annual report is to be brought to council April 30th. Under goal 5, where we are recognized as leaders in sustainable growth. We have, the land use bylaw will have been adopted for a year coming up in April. And so this is a great time just to check in and clean up, a few things that we've noted. It's a very large document, and so there's a lot of potential for spelling mistakes or grammar things or other minor issues. And so we are, bringing those to council in second quarter. And we plan to be completed before the election, well before the election, probably in June. Heartland Rail Corridor outreach, we have some opportunities to kind of look at rail this year. And so we have started working with AIHA on identifying the right contacts to reach out to the CPKC and CN. And so that has already started, although we will hopefully start getting some meeting requests out in Q2. The Reed's annual charity golf tournament, we've added that in just so you can see the cadence of work and how it usually aligns with our other initiatives. We have confirmed the date of August 21st for the tournament, and we are working on refining our sponsorship levels. And we will be bringing more information back probably in April. So goal 6, we are committed to genuine relationships. We're revisiting the intermunicipal recreation cost sharing agreement, which it expires at the end of the year. And so far what we've done is we have kind of pulled out all the old agreements, and we have provided those to community services who's leading the project along with the CAO. And so we will be prepared for when that starts up in Q3. For some of our measures and indicators, you can see there's a long list here of events that the Economic Development Manager has attended. The one that I think I'd like to highlight is actually on the following page, which is the kickoff of the Heartland Industrial Career Forum. Mr. Olson was quite active in the planning and for that event. It was very well attended. It happened on January 30th. Over 400 youth from the region and about 60 from Lamont County itself attended the daytime event, and over 350 people attended the evening upskilling event. And we think that's very good attendance, especially for a newer event. So congratulations to everyone who worked on that. And hopefully it sees a lot of good uptick in employment in the region into the upskills. So 2025 tourism marketing is also starting off, as well as we've had a lot of interest in new industry, 5 to 6 major files that we're working on, including 4 new business inquiries in January. So in addition to all of that, we did a lot of cleanup as we showed in planning and development, including a big records management cleanup in December of 2024 when things were a little bit quieter. In addition, we've done some website updates in economic development, including kind of boosting of the tax incentive program that was adopted to get the information out there. And community services wanted to highlight the general meeting on March. So lots going on. But I think we're making good progress on our new initiatives, although early in the year, and lots of activity.
I move that Lamont County Council accept the planning and community services department activities report for December 2024 to January 2025 as information.
All in favor?
Yep.
Thank you, guy. Mr. Chair, we've got, emergency services, chief, warrant here for emergency services. Report. Yes, Mr. I understand the chief spoke to that and told you that we are the owners of the
Right, yes.
fire truck.
Yeah, we brought you.
Cats away.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, my monthly department reporting. Goal number one, we're happy to announce that we're hosting a live fire instructor course out of the RTC, April 5th, 6th, and 7th. This is utilizing funds that were received from our 2024-2025 Alberta Fire Services training grant. The course is full. We have 5 internal students, 5 from our grant partner out of Fort Saskatchewan, and the other 15 seats are filled from departments from all over Alberta and BC. So we're bringing people to the area to use the RTC, and we have some of our neighbor departments bringing instructors in, bringing students in to become live fire instructors. So that would be a good use of our RTC and a good showcase for our neighbors. We've also confirmed 6 rental dates with one of our neighbor municipalities to use the live fire training center this spring for their program. So that is a relationship we've had the last year with one of our neighbors. Goal 2, we are just getting ready to wrap up brush pile and demolished building season. On March 17th, we'll shut down permit intakes to allow the 14-day burn program, and then as of April 1st, there is no permitted brush pile or demolished buildings. When this report was written last week, we had more than 200 permits for brush piles for this season, so we're up about 50 permits from last year. So they're all going into the database and the tracking, and starting April 1st, the spring beauty crew will start. And then the spring beauty crew will start to do site visits, thermal imaging to ensure we don't have any holdover fires from our permits, or from our brush piles. Under public education and public interaction, we completed 4 occupancy permits for Elk Island Public Schools, and we did 3 fire inspections for licensing in our municipal partners. Under the emergency management preparedness, we completed our 2nd round of ICS training. We had a good attendance from our staff and neighbors, and we have a scheduled ICS 300 class in April that is full as well. With our internal fire training, our NFPA 1001 course, our professional designation had started in January with online. They have online programming through January, February, and March, and then in April, we'll be out at the RTC every other weekend doing practical skills. We had a successful fall recruitment campaign. We hired 50 new hires to complement the 57 existing staff, so that brings our current staffing up to 72. So we are happy with the 50 new hires that we have brought on board. Under the fire administration, our fire master plan first draft was received this week. DC Calder and myself have spent some time going through it, working through the technical side of it, the names and apparatus and locations and things like that. It has now gone back to our consultants. They will put it all together, and we should have it by the end of March. Once we receive it, it'll be shared with our council, our CAOs from our community, and our 5 partner communities from the Alberta Community Collaboration Partnership Grant. And then we will have a consultant do a presentation on May 5th, which I think is in all the calendars already. So yes, we're excited to get working on and presenting that master plan to the councils and going from there. My year-end update calls were completed and logged. In 2024, we had 373 calls for service, up 15% from 2023. So that averages out just over 1 call a day. So crews were busy. Of those 373 calls, 65% of those calls were in the county. So only 35% in the municipalities and 65% in the county. We started off 2025 busy. In January, we had 40 calls for service, and then things slowed down a little bit in February with 13 calls for service. Under goal number 4, as I've stated before, we were happy with council's approval of the budget, so we have our brush truck cab and chassis been ordered. It is scheduled on the line of March 17th. We should see it between 45 and 60 days after that. The SCBA compressor and fill station has been ordered and is expected to arrive here the last week of March for an install in the Lamont station. And our 2 UTVs the council approved were purchased and picked up. Now they're just being final fitted and they will be ready for spring brush fire season. Goal number 6, committed to genuine relationships. I was happy to do 5 council year-end presentations to our 5 municipal partners. Attended 1 CAO CEO meeting with our partners, and we did a quarterly meeting with Strathcona Emergency Services Dispatch Center. We meet with them quarterly just to ensure our data and our processes are all in line and working for our crews. So that is my year-end / January, February update. Happy to answer any questions for you.
These calls that you have, 373.
Yes.
Is that fire calls or is that highway?
So that's everything put together. Yeah.
Yeah, I see, I think January you had 40 calls.
Yeah, so that's everything from medicals to fires to MVCs to gas.
I guess it would be nice to see the calls that we, like the highway ones.
Yeah.
Those are the ones the government pays for.
Yeah.
Did you ask for those as your 65% or your 35%?
Those are 65% for those. Yeah. Yeah, cause even like Highway 15 through Lamont is still a billable to the province, so it classifies as a county call. 855 in Mundare is the same thing because they are a numbered highway. We consider them as county calls, not municipal calls. Yeah.
Hey, any more questions?
Yeah, well, on the time of service on the pumpers and all that equipment you got.
Yeah.
Can you give us a list, because I think at the RMA, we're gonna start working on the price of these trucks, and they got hardly any miles on them, and they're timing out.
Yeah.
There's still lots of truck left. Can you give us a list of how long a pumper, first stage pumper and all that is, how long we keep it, so that we go to the government, at least to know what we're talking about?
Yeah.
You don't mind?
Yeah.
For the counselors, because I think we got yeah, but we better start, because it was mentioned once at a rumor, mumble of it at last RMA in the spring, or sorry, in the fall.
It's because the price of what tariffs are.
Well, not only the tariffs, but the truck today was 650 grand, and it used to be 380, 420.
And they're timed out, I bought one, Lethbridge, 18,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
It's 1982. It's got the miles on it, like it's brand new for us. Anyway, we need a list so we know what we're talking about when we go to the minister.
Yeah, you want the standard as well as our equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want both of them?
Yeah, both, yeah.
Yeah.
But what the standard is, because you go from number 1 pumper to number 2 pumper, how many years or whatever the breakdown is.
Yeah, so 15 years for frontline, 20 years as a backup.
Yeah. And the small trucks, and then even those canisters and stuff, whatever we're buying, and the air packs.
Yep.
Okay. If we have something to go to pay them. But
One more question here. Sorry. Chief Moore, is our duties crews scheduled to start March 15th, or are we gonna hold?
April 1st. April 1st.
And are you giving any consideration to stop issuing fire permits with the minimal snowpack out there?
We're getting solid to the snow on Thursday.
We're getting 12 inches.
All 4 to 6. It is, honestly, that's a good thing. The sand hills will get wet.
Yeah.
It is a good thing.
So permit issuing will cease March 17th.
It will cease March 17th, and
And
it
then-
has to be out by March
March
31st.
Yeah, we've been working with Alberta Wildfire on that. They declared a provincial fire season, in their southern, forestry districts. The northern forestry districts and the western fire have not declared wildfire season, but once they declare, it's provincial, but they're, they have not ramped up the Rocky Mountain or the, northern forestry protection areas yet, so. We're actually with them on March 20th in their provincial meetings. Knowing that everybody's in the same boat, we hear snow's coming, we know it's coming, but yeah, so we're in a good position because permits will cease March 17th with fires, yeah.
We'll see now. And the other question I have is, you issued 200 brush pile for 200 bird permits.
Correct.
When are you gonna start testing the brush piles?
April 1st. Yeah, the first Monday, I keep saying April 1st, but yeah, so duty crew is scheduled for the first Monday in April. Yeah, and then they'll, like I said, we're putting together the map, we're using our new mapping GIS analysis, analyst. I think that's his title, to put it all together for us, and then we'll start doing notifications and then start doing visits that first Monday.
At my place, I had 4, and they're all gonna be buried, like on Wednesday, or Thursday, I'll bury the last one.
Yeah.
Do you guys call ahead, so you're not coming with the whole crew and there's really nothing to see except dirt? Cause we got them buried, do you phone and ask what we did with them, or?
Yeah, so we'll call and then we'll still fly. And that's with the thermal imaging, because anything, if anything is still going or anything is holdover. There's places, you know, as we know that surround that scare area, that's the known burn area. We know that underground peat doesn't just stop because we designated a roadway, right? You could have veins of it through, so that's why we still want to make sure we put thermal on everything. Like I said, when we did it last year, we had some that were still showing over 300 degrees that guys thought were out, were just ash pits. So, and then if you do get a strong wind with no moisture, that's gonna take off on us. Yeah.
But they were all on hard ground, and there's 4 feet over, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, and then it's just a quick and nothing shows up on the thermal or nothing shows up on the thermal drone, then you guys just move on, right? Some days they can hit 15 pounds, some days they hit 4. Yeah.
Somebody to move. Report. I can move that Lamont County Council accept the emergency services update as information. Yo, all in favor? There. You like to do it. Committee reports. Nothing to report. Only thing is the Beaver Hills open house is this evening from 6 to 9, I think. There are three members of council attending. That's all I have. Dave? Probably the one, I'm not sure if you were gonna report on it, but you can add to my report. I'll start on it. The Northern Lights Library System had a board meeting on the 28th on Saturday. Friday? Yeah, Friday. Yeah. I have to admit, it was a different meeting. It was a very fast-paced meeting. Part of the issue was that neither the deputy reeve nor myself were forwarded the agenda package ahead of time. I think got it about an hour before the meeting. They kind of conduct the meeting where you gotta have read the reports, and then if you got any questions from the reports or whatever, you can ask them. But some of the major changes that were picked out is apparently there's
holding the line of fees, there's gonna be a 1.5% increase on fees this year. They changed their service delivery model where instead of hiring drivers to pick up the books throughout their library system, they've contracted those services out to an independent party. And that's supposed to be cheaper because we don't have to hire drivers and purchase vehicles. They introduced some new systems for the way people can order books. And they also, I'm really not sure what this was all about, but they've introduced an air printer. So I'm not too sure if that's for all the libraries or just for Northern Light system, but a very well-run meeting, but I have to admit, I probably wasn't as well prepared for it as what I should have been.
Well, I
didn't read the reports. Because they're 25 minutes. Yeah. And it wasn't where they meeting.
Yeah, it was a good thing that it was virtual, not that we drove it and all we had to point. 2 hour drive there, 2 hour back. Yeah, there was some reports. The financial.
No.
There was stuff there, she didn't have it done apparently.
Yeah, there's some changes to policy, but here again.
Yeah.
You read it beforehand.
You have no idea what, yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of where the library system is at. Other than that, I don't have anything else to report.
Okay, I don't have any report. I had a part-time industrial air monitoring partnership meeting last night, but I missed it due to work restrictions, so I have nothing to report.
We had the Housing Foundation a week ago Friday. We had a all-day meeting, a little over half a day meeting. Discussing some things that we gotta get done. There's still no word on what our requisition is gonna be, but we should know pretty soon what the outcome of that's gonna be. The places are fairly full, I guess, right now. I think there's room for 4 in Lamont, and there's a little room, but considering what we used to have before, we're pretty full. And that's about it for now.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
do we know whether the requisition is going to go down because of the closure of
Yeah.
facility?
Well, we can't really say yet, but most likely it's going down, but it's
We don't know.
not going down.
Well, who pays for the heating, when there?
They're paying us to look after the building right now. It's over $9,000, I think, a month, don't hold me. To shovel the snow and then we cut the grass and we have the heat, but they upgraded the heat in there and a few things, there's a few of us know what they're gonna try doing there. I don't know, if the Alberta government's making it public yet or not, so. They might have a use for the building, a different use for the building for a couple of years, so. I think they're gearing up for that, but
Yeah, I heard that one too.
yeah. Until the government makes it public.
Anything else?
Yeah, I did attend a meeting in Vegreville on last Friday. It was put on by Alberta Health Services. MLA Hominiuk and Minister LaGrange was there. And what that meeting was it's another information session in the reorganization of the Alberta Health Services model. And currently there's 4 areas. They're dividing it into, one is acute care, one is recovery, one is seniors housing, which includes long-term care. And my apologies, I can't think of the 4th one right now. But basically what the session was is there was people attending
from the municipal level, the public level, from the general area. And what they're looking for is for ways to continue to improve the healthcare system. And basically, they divided the room up into, I believe it was 8 or 9 round tables. And you kind of brought your ideas forward as to what improvements you could see over and above the improvements that they've already made. So it was an interesting meeting. It's just a way at the local level, and I found it beneficial from the aspect that sitting on the Lamont Healthcare Center board here, was able to relay a few ideas from our local facility that may come into play down the road here, so.
Beginning to over to 17. Committee reports.
We had some recommended language on the board that knows the topics.
Okay.
I move the Mon County Council accept committee reports from Councillor Roy Anaka on the Beaver Hills Biosphere meeting in the evening of March 11th. Read Dave DeDuke's report on the Northern Lights meeting, a meeting organized by Alberta Health Services, and Councillor Neil Whitus's report on the Housing Foundation meeting.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. 5-0. Okay. Correspondence?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 11 items in the published agenda, and the 12 that is added. The first item is a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs with regards to the 2025 budget. It was tabled a couple of weeks ago. A couple of highlights are investing more than $1 billion to build stronger communities province-wide, although there are some county representatives that are a little critical that most of this money is going into Calgary. They do reference the local government fiscal framework, that the 25-26 fiscal year has been known to communities for some time, and it will reflect a 13% increase in capital funding, and the operating funding will stay the same for 2025. They make a reference to a grants in place of taxes program. Mr. Boyko was exploring whether we have anything that will qualify for that. I don't think so. And then they speak about local growth sustainability grants, which we will bring more information on that when it becomes available. Second item is another Minister McIver letter sent the day before, having to do with the Provincial Priorities Act. That's the one where the province of Alberta requires that we first advise or perhaps seek support from the province before we accept or apply for grants from the federal government. Again, we will bring forward anything in that regard to you. The next page, item 11.3, has to do with tax arrears monitoring process on unpaid oil and gas property taxes. So in April 2023, this is the AER made a requirement that anybody seeking to sell their old wells needed to pay their tax arrears in advance. This is an update on that process. And we do regularly provide updates on these delinquent wells to the province. On page Well, item 11.4, let's call it, on page 104, we've got the RMA district update. Very much the same information that was shared with us at the recent lunch meeting where they joined us to brief us on it. Reminder about the spring convention, which starts in a week. And to go along with that, I've attached as item 11.5, the agenda for the convention is structured a little bit differently. The elected official education program course will go all day, but there are breakout sessions during the day as well. So for those of you that are not registered, you will have the opportunity to choose one or a couple of these breakout sessions. And the convention goes to on Wednesday. I've also attached in 11.6 a summary of the resolutions for the RFP spring convention. And if you look back about a week ago, I sent this electronically so that you can look at the detailed resolutions in full. On page 116, we have a letter from Weaver County to Minister Grecian with regards to concerns regarding the highway bridge, with which they're having significant challenges. It is only indirectly related to us, but it's with regards to a bridge on a critical route. And some concerns that they have expressed. They're looking for the province to improve communication, improve detour planning, support for county infrastructure, and proactive engagement. They're looking for the province to explore options more creatively. On item 11.8, we've got smiling Mayor McCrae from the town of Redwater, who is holding the mayor's breakfast on April 4th. Should you wish to attend. And we have the Elk Island Public Schools annual feedback survey, which rather than including all of them here in detail, you can either search it using Google or you can ask Ms. Lamont to send you the link. On item 11.10, we have a call for resolutions to the Trans-Canada Yellowhead Highway Association group. Deputy Reed Warlow is our medical board. You may recall that it was his initiative that saw, supported by council, that saw stop signs put at the intersection of Highway 16 and Highway, was it 855? Yeah, no, it's red flashing lights. Yeah, oh, red flashing lights, that's right, yeah, signalization. On page 121, we have 11.11, which is the Beaver Hills bulletin for your interest. And then the last item is that we received notification from the RCMP that they would like to meet with us on Monday the 17th at 8:30 a.m. This is in response to our request to meet with them.
So we'll just be late for the UAP courses, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I was going back. For your Councilor Weiss has indicated an opportunity to raise a topic with them that has to do with the regulations, timeframes around replacing pumpers in consideration of the escalating costs. So, oh, you heard him ask Chief Taylor about that.
Required trust period, I think.
No, that's also one of the resolutions in the thing.
Oh, good.
Resolution 1025, yes. provincial assistance for fire apparatus replacement in Alberta. Municipal District of Smoky River.
The other topics that we had identified in our request to meet with the minister was the potential borrowing beyond the limit, should it be required. It starts with the mature asset strategy, and as we often do, request for sustainable resolution. That's all we have.
Have a voter for,
Correspondence, please. I don't know if there's anything actionable. So,
I make a motion that Lamont County Council accept all correspondence as information.
all in favor?
next thing else, I guess closed session.
Break time.
Probably. Go to closed session, president, take a break, or you, whatever. Or do you just take a break and then go to closed session?
Recess first.
Recess, okay. Recess for 10 minutes.
Then we're gonna seek a motion to vote for.
Now, we get a motion to go into camera.
I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council move the March 11th, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 2:30 p.m. to discuss the following items. 12.1 intermunicipal matter, Boyd Act Section 17(1). 12.2 briefing on Alberta Community Peace Officer Law Enforcement Duty Assessment. WIPAC section 17(1)21 and 12.3 ceasing communication correspondence. WIPAC section 17(1). Not sure if there's any issues.
Yeah, or would be compliance matter.
I guess two more.
You got it as compliance matter.
Well, yeah, that was 12.2. Yeah, because we're missing 12.2.
So we got it in the right order.
Please stand up there.
Case 12.4 compliance matter update. WIPAC section 16(1), 24(1)A.
All in favor?
We, coming out of, full session, we have one, matter, void. Intermunicipal matter, intermunicipal matters. As discussed in full session.
Move that the Lamont County Council Director Administration to send bills to the town of Mandir and the village of Chipman for fires. January 19th, 2025 and February 25th, 2025.
Favor?
Yeah.
Gary?
I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council accept a report on the compliance matter as information.
Favor? Gary? Favor?
Make a motion that Lamont County Council accept closed minute briefing on the Alberta Community Peace Officers Law Enforcement Duty Assessment as information.
Favor? Gary? Communication.
Lamont County Council accept the closed meeting report on the ceasing communication correspondence as information.
Favor? That's it, adjournment. 3:30.